Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible.
And it will put him to the top of the table. It'll move into 14 points, and that first treble is perfectly laid for a second. It's double five. It's a superb ending to a spectacular contest.
In the bottom position, having played one more game. That's why he's in so much trouble. And he hasn't won this game yet, because Steve West with that 136 has just found a worldie of a finish. Match point Sykes, double 12. That's how you finish a campaign.
Another in there. To tee up tops. Oh, wonderful.
We did see this check out last night from Tom Sykes. And we're going to see it again. Wallop. That is right in the middle. On the 167. Oh yeah, we love that.
The audience have assembled for an evening of arrowing entertainment here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series Champions Night. Tonight, they will find out who will be the winner of Series 8 after 13 weeks of darting drama, 144 spots, 6 players remaining, battling it out for their name on the Roll of Honour and for the right to pick up the trophy and pocket £25,000. The wait is over. Champions Night is here. And I'm delighted to say we've got a top team this evening. Glenn Durrant's with us, but with me in the studio, Paul Nicholson, who has been here all week. Paul, what a week it's been in qualifying as well.
Thoroughly enjoyable. Group A was brilliant. Group B had a lot of nerves towards the end. Group C was somewhat surprisingly brilliant. I know it's strange to say that, but I think Group C, throughout the course of the last 12 and a half weeks, has really stepped up. I think its reputation has changed in Series 8, and it may just have one more thing to say tonight.
It certainly does. Let's have a look at the previous winners and reflect on that Roll of Honour. Conan Whitehead won the first ever series before an Australian came over in Raymond Smith. Then we got Luke Littler's legacy, winning Series 3 and 4. Since then, Jim McEwen, Scott Taylor, and the most recent champion, Andreas Harrison. And what a champions night that was.
Yeah, it was, and without recency bias, I think what we've got to say is that the game between Cam Crabtree and Andreas Harrison was the best final we've had. It was incredibly competitive. Cam was waiting on the double four and that 1-2-1 on the bullseye, the biggest finish we've seen to win the title, and it'll take some beating tonight, but we've got all the ingredients to do that.
But let's have a look at the Super 6 at the Super Series Champions Night. Connor Scutt, Steve West, Tom Sykes, Marvin van Velzen, one of 2 Dutchmen, Derek Coulson, and the other Netherlands native, Jimmy van Schie. For you, Paul, when this series started, try and cast your mind back to then. Are there any players on that list that you wouldn't have expected to maybe see here tonight?
Yeah, I think Derek Coulson, when he came into week 12, there were a few of us who thought that he could possibly win the week. But if you were to look at the schedule in retrospect, and you look at all of the different talents, who would have put Derek Coulson into the Champions Night? Not many. So maybe the fact that he's got the confidence from winning week 12, he's got a great chance here tonight, but there are people there also who you expect to have a say in the big dance. You've got West with a great story, you've got Sykes trying to go one better. Jimmy van Schie is now a dual winner of weeks. People love this place, and the reason they want to come here now is to get their hands on this.
Yeah, and it's going to be a totally different atmosphere for those players compared to when they won their weekly titles here at the Super Series. A packed house here in Portsmouth. It's going to be a proper darty party, and taking in the atmosphere on stage, Glenn Durrant is alongside Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. It very much is packed to the rafters here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth this evening. And a big night needs a big name, and we've got Glenn Durrant alongside us. Glenn, you've played in Lakeside finals. What changes in terms of atmosphere when it gets to a final like this?
It feels special tonight. There's a real buzz about the place. I mean, the players will be actually feeling okay right now. They've been in the venue maybe 2 or 3 hours, but the crowd can, they can be the seventh player. We talked about the Super Six tonight. They can play their part, and you can hear Jimmy Van Schie's fans already. Could they be the thing that he needs to be the catalyst for him to go all the way?
Let's talk about Jimmy Van Schie and that support base he has. In football, we often talk about the 12th man, having that home advantage. For Jimmy, how important could that support base that he's got here in the crowd this evening be?
Well, for Jimmy, his personality tells you he'll enjoy that. He's already been here on a Saturday night and he excelled. So for him, me, personally, I like to hear one voice. That's all I ever needed. But for Jimmy Van Schie, he feeds off the adrenaline. Listen to them already.
If you're one of Jimmy's opponents, how do you deal with this?
Look, the game's easy. They've all played each other. That they know the games. They'll fancy the chances. But when you've got a crowd involved and someone shouting just something at the wrong time, that's when you've got to be mentally strong as well. So that's a different element to the game. You've got to be special to win a Modus Super Series week. That could be the difference.
You've got players like Scutt, who's played in both World Championships. You've got Steve West, who's played in many World Championships. But for players like Coulson, this might be a new experience tonight. What is he going to learn? What does he have to do to adapt to this type of environment?
Well, first of all, he's been my man of the match of the week. He's the one guy that probably is really surprised, excelled himself, and he's really enjoyed the fact he's here tonight. He's a potential real dark horse, but there's some real form horses there as well, and like Scutt goes into it as a big favourite, and this is his time to shine.
In a couple of words, who wins?
Velzen beats Scutt.
Interesting, very interesting. And as you can hear, the crowd really is building here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. They might have lost to Sunderland today, Portsmouth, but it has not stopped this Pompey crowd from being in fine spirits. Chris.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. Well, Duz has made his prediction. We'll get yours in a moment. But let's start with the favourite in Scutt. What did you make of him in qualifying for finals night this week?
Incredible. I think when you look at what he did in his winning week, he is on course to do something here tonight that has only been done by Luke Littler. And the level of performance is right there to exactly shadow what Littler did in Series 3. And what I'm talking about is winning Group A in your qualifying week, winning Group 1 on your first Saturday night, winning the night, coming to Champions Week, winning Group A again, winning Group 1 again, and winning the title. It's the perfect campaign. If he does that tonight, he will go down in Super Series history just like Littler.
Tom Sykes has been not only to finals night before, but he's been to the grand final before. What can that experience do in terms of helping him this evening?
It will help him, because if you look at the way that things transpired when he was here the last time, he had a bad start. In his second game, he averaged 106. And he made his way into the semi-finals with enormous momentum. And then he got his way through to the final, where he was the second best player against Scott Taylor. But he knows exactly what you need to do at the right times. And he will look at where he's playing, who he's playing, and he will prepare himself very well.
And those two players in particular have shown over the course of the week they've got really high ceilings, massive averages, 111s, 113s. On a night like tonight, that's when that could come into play rather than that consistent level.
Yeah, and especially when Tom was putting in that 113 on Thursday, he was saying to the rest of the field, if I turn up, you don't beat me. And then we had a response from Coulson the next day, averaging 109. And all the while, Connor is sitting at home thinking, everybody else is raising their game, ready for me to come back on Saturday. It's a fascinating dynamic.
Nobody's won more on this stage than Steve West, but it's been a very interesting journey to this particular Champions Week and Champions Night. In particular, the emotion when he won a couple of weeks ago, that was incredible. Just tell us a little bit about what got him to release the emotion in this way.
Well, you think about what he's been through in 2024. At the end of last year, he became the first person to win 4 weekly titles in a season. That's an extraordinary thing. Even Luke Littler couldn't do that. But as far as Steve is concerned, when he was told by the surgeons that this rehab was going to be very, very long, he sat on the sofa, he sat in bed, and he watched everybody else thrive, and he had to be patient. And when he got married a few weeks ago, everything seemed to be aligning for when he came back. And then a few days later, he was in this building, culminating into being a 5-time weekly champion. That's what that emotion was all about, because he came back thinking, well, I'm home, but what can I still do? We know what he can still do, but if he wants this thing sitting next to us, I think he's going to have to raise his game tonight. But there's no pressure on him.
It'd be a great story, wouldn't it? But the numbers don't lie in darts. And here are the player statistics in qualifying for Champions Week. Now, just note that Steve West and Derek Coulson only played for a couple of days, but there's a big gulf between the standard that Connor Scutt is producing and Steve West at the bottom, 7 points below him.
Yeah, I think we've seen bigger gaps on Saturday nights and particularly on Champions nights as well. It tends to close up a little bit, but we can't ignore the fact that West is the only person under 90 for the week. That in itself, having 5 players who have averaged over 90 for the week is an extraordinary thing. And I applaud every player who has played this week, because we have had players who've played at a really, really good standard who haven't even qualified. And Neil Duff, for instance, who wanted to get his name on the trophy, he's watching this tonight thinking, I could have been there. But the reason he's not is because Jimmy Van Schie has been doing things this week. Those numbers we will talk about in commentary, but they're just a guide of what has happened in the past. Are they an indication of what's going to happen coming forward? I'm not sure they are.
Well, let's see what the bookies think about that. We mentioned Steve West there. In fact, they haven't been put off by the numbers. 4-1, third favourite, behind the 2 clear favourites in Connor Scutt and Tom Sykes. Are they going with that experience from Steve West there?
They have to be, and they obviously have forgotten about the fact that Marvin van Velzen has beaten West twice in the last couple of nights. There's a lot of different things that we can try and iron out here, but sometimes the odds compilers do tend to go with experience. Jimmy Van Schie being the outsider is very interesting because he's got 2 weekly wins. This is his first Champions night, but they may be looking at someone like West or Sykes because they've been here before.
If you are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly. It's 18 plus begambleaware.org. Right, let's show you the groups for the 6 players this evening. Round robin, of course, each player in each group plays each other once, and then the top 2 go through to the semi-finals. Paul, it looks to me, and probably for most people watching at home, that there might be a slightly stronger group based on the stats that we just showed you.
I think you're being very friendly, Murph, because Group 1 has got everybody's attention. Connor playing Tom and playing Jimmy, and it's an incredible group. It's being talked about on social media as the best Champions Night group that's ever been assembled. But even though it's so strong, those 3 players will be happy with it, because they know how to play each other, the pace is going to be good, and nobody's going to get those extra 5 to 10 seconds at the back of the stage where they're going to think too much. So maybe that is going to be the group that performs to the highest, and the other one might be the more nervy one.
Right, we've spoken about the 6 finalists enough now, so let's get to hear from them in their own words. We caught up with all of them to get to know them a little better earlier this week. What is your proudest achievement in darts?
It's got to be being here this week.
The challenge to win recently. I had a rough time. Unfortunately, my grandmother passed away last 2 weeks ago, and I had a deep conversation with her before she passed. And she said, do good in darts, win a challenge tour event, and I did that. So I'm very proud of that.
I'd say probably winning a week here.
What has playing here at the Modus Super Series done for you in your game and your career?
It's changed my whole life. It sounds dramatic, but PDC darts sort of destroyed me a little bit, and this has given me a new lease of life. So I'm just enjoying the game and playing for fun.
A lot. Big confidence boost.
Confidence.
Just a little bit of confidence.
What motivates you?
To get better every time, to improve. I said to my missus also, I said, if I'm not improving, why continuing?
Darts. If you were to give me a check or a trophy, I'd take the trophy every time. I just want to play darts for a living. That's always been my goal.
Winning, to be honest, I don't like losing, so I just try everything to win the game.
How would you describe yourself as a darts player?
Fat left-handed.
How do I describe myself as a dart player? Short.
Average dart player to sometimes good.
Calm, focused, mentally strong.
What do you love about darts?
The main thing, meeting other people, making new friends and meeting people from different countries and backgrounds. It's good.
Everything.
Most things.
Is there anything that you hate about darts?
Travelling. I don't like the travelling and being away from home and the family. I don't like that.
Losing. Hate losing.
The pressure is what put me in my bad place. So
what would it mean to you to win Champions Week?
Yeah, that will be amazing. That will be the crown of my career.
It'll be massive. One step closer this time than last time, so hopefully I'll win it this week.
It would be a dream come true. That's what I said to my girlfriend as well. And to my grandmother when she was still alive. I said, if I win Champions League, this is just, wow. top of the cherry for me.
This would mean the world to me, winning this.
And would winning it be life-changing for you?
Absolutely, 100%. The other side of the game put me in a lot of problems and trouble. This would get me out of it without a shadow of a doubt.
100%.
Definitely, yes, because I am not working. This is my full-time job.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, even I'm 56, I think it'll open doors.
Definitely, I think it will. It'll probably make me realise that what I'm doing in my spare time with darts and my setup and stuff like that would be right. And I think because things have to be right to win this week. You don't win this week by being lucky.
Yeah, you can see it would mean a lot to all of the players, but now we're going to find out what they can do on the dartboard in front of this audience as well. And the first match, Paul, features Jimmy Van Schie's taking on Connor Scutt. How much of to use the cliche, fourth dart is that going to be?
Judging by the way that Jimmy's played on Saturday nights here, with that support, it will make a difference. Even though Jimmy's played better this week in qualifying, and he had to, and he's found new levels, averaging 103, 104, that kind of stuff. But when he plays on a Saturday night, he raises his level. He said to us this week that he prefers knockout darts. We're about to find out what he thinks of tonight.
Yeah, and I'm not going to let you get to the end of the top of the show without giving us your predictions. So who's lifting this at the end of the evening?
I changed my mind twice in the last half an hour. I thought Derek Coulson at first, but now I think Scutt beats Coulson in the final.
There we go. Paul has spoken, as has Glenn Durrant. You're going to join him in commentary. But the wait is over. Champions Night is ready to get underway. The first match is indeed Connor Scutt against Jimmy Van Schie. And to get the players on stage, I'll hand you over to our MC, Mr. Paul Starr.
And we're ready, and the players are ready, and it's tungsten time. Well, let's get this party started from Group 1. It's match number 1. Please welcome the sniper, Connor Scutt. And our Week 4 champion, the Dutch Circoiner, he is Jimmy Van Schie.
I am number 1, not number 2. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see them in my rear view. Yeah, I'm balling.
Well, little doubt about who the favourite player is of this pair here in Portsmouth, and it's not the one who lives closer. Connor Scutt on the stage, about to take on Jimmy Van Schie, the towering Dutchman, ready to try and cash that £25,000 winner's check. He faces Connor Scutt, the favourite to win this week, the man who won Group A earlier in the week to make it through to this Champions Night. It is going to be a tough task, a tough group for Van Schie, having both Scutt and Sykes in it, and the first objective is to beat the favourite. 28 years of age, the sniper who has had all sorts of recent success in every kind of part of the sport. Jimmy Van Schie, though, had his biggest success here on the Super Series stage, followed it with a Challenge Tour win, and now is looking to be crowned the Series 8 champion. Your comms team for this evening are Glenn Durrant and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Murph. What's not to like? We are here in Portsmouth on a Saturday night, and the Jimmy Van Schie Massive are here, cheering their guy on, up against the person who is the favourite.
Ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on!
I suppose you could coin this game little and large, but size is no object when it comes to playing darts. It's all about standard, and tonight more
56.
than any other time here at the Modus Super Series, it's about bottle. I'm the asset Paul Nicholson. This is Glenn Durrant. Welcome, Glenn. What a week it's been.
100.
And welcome to this atmosphere.
Yeah, what a series it's been, first of all, as well. And I was just watching the interviews before the game started, and the word that was coming to my mind was emotion.
58.
Just listening to Steve West, who's been there, done, he got the T-shirt, and how emotional it was, because it's a big prize, Paul. You know, the winner of this competition is going to go away with £25,000. Yeah, I'm just super excited.
Don't be surprised if there are a few nerves in the first couple of legs.
84.
All the way back on Monday morning, Connor Scutt threw the very first dart. Jimmy Van Schie was also in Group A. He had to wait until game 3 to get things going.
83.
But I believe that game between Jimmy Van Schie and Tom Sykes got the week going. It was a brilliant contest, ultimately won by Sykes. And guess what? Tom Sykes is in this group as well. And we've had our first maximum style visit of the night, Glenn.
Yeah, it is labelled a group of death, this one, isn't it? One of the real top players will not be in the semi-finals, that we can
40.
say.
Connor,
It's
you
been a
require
superstar from Connor Scutt.
132.
And with the fact, Jimmy, not setting up, he didn't need to go this way, Connor Scutt. But why not when you've got darts like that? What a superb effort that for Connor Scutt. That would have really settled him down.
He spent the last 2 days at home. He talked about the possibility of being at home on Thursday and Friday after Tuesday.
99.
Then he won
Connor, you
5
require
straight games on
16.
Wednesday to get that luxury. Can he start ideally? Yes, he
on the
does.
first leg,
17
Connor Scutt.
darts is good enough to take the first leg. That's solid.
Well, I guess it's my job
Second
to be a
leg,
pundit.
it's
I
Jimmy
mean,
to the
Connor Scutt
reverse.
goes into this as a
Game on.
real big favourite. I really admire Paul's strong work ethic. He genuinely practices 5 to 8 hours a day. He's a
100.
huge practicer, loves to play online darts. Very interested in the game as well. He's always striving for excellence. He's always looking to be the best version he can be.
100.
But I'm still searching for that real massive win. He's won on the Challenge Tour now. But tonight, it's his time to shine.
It has been a good year for Connor. British pentathlon champion.
81.
Challenge Tour winner. And if you look at other talents who have come to Champions Nights, they've done similar things to that. Remember when Barry Van Peer was here?
81.
He'd won things like the Dutch Open, Challenge Tour events. Had good runs in European Tour events as well.
45.
Jimmy can't afford visits like that when he's level with his opponent.
Yeah, the strategy was clear for Connor Scutt. I think his eyebrows sort of raised when he heard the crowd.
134.
The Jimmy Van Schie army are sensational, but he's quietened them down by winning that opening leg. He's a ton ahead here. And Jimmy doesn't look as settled as he once was on the
59.
Saturday night here. He knows he's in this group of death. He knows the importance of this first game. But doesn't Scutt look settled?
Looks really focused.
59.
He does feel like he's in form, and why not? He's averaged nearly 95 for the week in the 15 games he played. He won 11 of them. And he's left himself on 127 to take
56.
his second leg and double his
Connor, you
lead.
require 127.
We have seen some big finishes this week.
59.
In
Jimmy,
fact,
you
the biggest
require
has come from Jimmy Van
160.
Schie, 167. All the way back to that first game on Monday.
He was searching for that moment, wasn't he? I mean, where that first start was sat.
128.
An element of disappointment
Connor,
there,
you
but it's a
require
job well done.
68.
Connor will feel he's going to get at least a dart. It will be only one dart. It's at tops.
Game shot on his second leg.
Clinical
Connor Scutt.
from Connor. That deserves a round of applause.
Third
The first
leg,
break of
it's
throw
Connor
of
to
the
throw
night.
First.
It is in 6 visits, so
Game
that's
on.
where we're pitching our tent at the minute. But as far as his ceiling of performance this week, 111.33 his best, and that is not the best game we've seen this
97.
week. The best has come from the other person in this group, Tom Sykes.
Yeah, the dart of the match for sure with that double tops there. And he sort of held his arm out. And
100.
you know, in a best of 7, the difference between leading 2-0, a break, a throw, and being at 1-1. And when you hear that game shot, you can just see how settled Scutt is now. He can
100.
begin to start planning his attack to see out this match.
It was nice of Jim Long to buy a ticket.
I lent him the £2.
121.
That's about $4 Canadian, isn't it? Well, Jim didn't make his way through Group C, which is where Jimmy came from eventually.
47.
And boy, did he play well in that group. He had to win his last game against Paul Hogan to progress.
60.
He won it 4-0, averaging 103. Telling you something about his bottle. The man that actually lost out was Neil Duff, who did everything he could, but ultimately it wasn't enough.
108.
And that's the first 180 of Champions Night in Series 8.
Yeah, and that's always the favourite of the night as well. Jimmy was just beginning to cause a few problems. And that's his mindset right now, is when you're 2-0 down, then bounce outs seem to happen.
80. Connor, you require
Connor Scutt, very reminiscent of the 68 finish. You'll expect at least a dart at tops. He should start on treble 19.
He doesn't get a dart at double.
37.
Easy for us to sit here and say that was a
Jimmy, you
lazy
require
dart.
140.
It might have just been a little bit nervy, but at least Jimmy's back on 100 more than he's got, and he's not going to take it.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing lazy about Connor Scutt. For me, his mind is already thinking of that
Connor,
tops.
you require
Well, that is the target now. If you'd have started this leg and said you're going to have 3 darts in your hand to go 3-0 up, he'll have thanked you, and that's the reason why Connor Scutt is running away with this. He leads and is 1 away.
If he wins the next leg, Glenn, in his second match, which will be game number 5 against Sykes, he will only need 1 leg to get into the semi-finals for the very first time.
Yeah, everything that could go wrong here for Jimmy has gone wrong. Not only do you not want to lose a game, but to lose a game 4-0, 4-1 is not what you need.
43.
You were talking with Henry on the stage at the top of the show, Glenn, and Henry had a good question for you, talking about how do you play against the Jimmy Van Schie Massive, because they are out there. Well, it's a lot easier to play out there when Jimmy Van Schie's out. He might be called the sniper,
134.
but he's playing the Jeff Smith role tonight. He is the silencer.
Yeah, that's exactly what he has done. And you need to have a strong mindset. And that's exactly what Connor Scutt is all about. He's evolving into a fantastic player. He's a tremendous player, like I said. We've talked about his work ethic. He's just searching for that real big prize. And look, it's not been the biggest average of the night, but it looks like it's job well done so far.
Connor's biggest paycheck in his career is £15,000. That was for making the second round of Alexandra Palace around 9 months ago.
Yeah, he lost a game in price in that game. A wry smile. And just a little reminder, Jimmy might change his tact on this 91 now. He's gone very aggressive, not guaranteeing himself a shot at least at the bullseye.
67.
Well, Connor Scutt was smiling
87.
at the end of the last visit. He believes that he's going to win this game right now on double 5. And he was right.
And the match, Connor Scutt.
You could say he's the #1 seed tonight. And he really has enjoyed that first performance by winning 4-0 against Jimmy Van Schie. He will need 1 leg when he returns to the stage in match number 5 to be in the semi-finals. A very steady display, and it tells you everything you need to know about Connor when he has not afforded Jimmy 1 dart at a double, and he was 67% on the double. So, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, it's time to focus on Group 2, and our second match is going to be Marvin van Velzen, who is unbeaten this week against Steve West.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the 1.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the match.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
a He needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality comparison. This would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg, Doug Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17 that she gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Champions Night off with a bang for the favourite Connor Scutt, who's just beaten Jimmy Van Schie 4-0. As you said, he only needs one more leg now to make it through. Jimmy can recover, but he'll need Connor Scutt to do similar to Tom Sykes, won't he, later on tonight?
Yeah, I think the more realistic route for Jimmy now is to beat Tom Sykes and hope that Connor does the same, and to put Tom in the bin after game number 5. But that was just a really good, solid performance, wasn't it? And it just goes to show how ready Connor was from dart 1. It didn't have to be brilliant in the first couple of legs. He found his feet, and unfortunately, Jimmy didn't.
Yeah, and you said at that point, he looked like he knew he was going to win it there and then with that 87 checkout, because every leg on a Champions Night or Finals Night in the groups can make a big difference, can't it?
Yeah, very much so. I think we're not at knockout darts yet, even though some people just believe that they've got to go out there and win 4 games. You don't. Jimmy Van Schie can still win tonight, but he's going to need a little bit of help from Connor, which could possibly happen. But it was a tremendous start for Connor, and that little smile just before that last checkout, it just goes to show where the confidence is right now. He's obviously playing the best darts he's ever played.
Dutch disappointment in the first game, but it's been Dutch delight for Marvin van Velzen when it comes to matches against Steve West so far this week. Do you see a repeat happening here between the pair?
It's going to be difficult for Steve to beat Marvin tonight. I think if you look at their weekly numbers, Marvin has played better in Group A and in Group B. He's looked very reliable. He did have a chance of winning Group A as well because he was pushing Connor Scutt all the way through to the last 2 rounds. But if we look at Marvin in his entirety over the course of the week, he's played 23 games, and only on 8 occasions he's averaged under 90, and a lot of those were around 88, 89. That is still above the weekly number of West, and there's going to be a lot more gesticulating and passion on the stage. This is not a silent match. Marvin's going to give it tonight, and it's about how West does respond to that. If he gives it back, we could be in for a little bit of a battle here.
But what he's got in his favour is experience, and specifically the experience of carrying on winning on this stage, having done it 5 times.
That's true, but he's only made the semi-finals on a Champions Night once before, and I think it's the mental battle here for Steve. I think he's more relaxed than he's ever been. That's his biggest acquisition over the last few months. I think he will be able to accept whatever Marvin does. If he does that, and he finds that first start on the top of the treble 20, Marvin has got a hugely difficult task.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit earlier about what Steve West has been through this year to get to this Champions Night, and Henry Deacon asked him what it would mean to him to win at the end of this evening.
You know the question I'm about to ask you. You've won pretty much everything in this building, apart from a Champions Week. Would this complete the set for you?
100%. It's something I've aimed to do since I started playing here, and winning 5 weeks is nice, it's good, but until you've won this one, I don't think you've achieved everything you can.
And in comparison to what you've done before, where would this stand if you did win tonight?
It'll be one of my biggest wins, absolutely. I mean, I've beaten big players on big TV events, but this would top it.
Amazing to think that, Paul, because you've won a TV event yourself, but at different stages of your life, different things take on importance. For Steve West to say this could be the biggest win, that's quite incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Winning tonight wouldn't be his biggest payday, but considering how important this place is to Steve, because it's given him a new lease of life. When he lost his tour card, he was a bit unsure as to where he was going to go from here. And now he's found a home. And when you find a home, you want to make sure that you've got your name on the most important piece of silverware. And it has to start right now.
Right. Let's get the game underway. Steve West about to take on Marvin van Velzen. Paul Starr will bring the players onto the stage.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge. Well, the action moves to group number 2, so please welcome our Week 11 champion. He is simply Steve West. And our Week 10 champion, the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen.
I am number one, not number 2. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only...
Yeah, as mentioned, both of their meetings in Group B this week went the way of the Dutchman Marvin van Velzen. Steve West has played MVG on the big stage. Now he's taking on MVV at Champions Night here at the Super Series. West has had a difficult year. Had the operation, was laid up for months and months before returning a week after his wedding to win his week at the Super Series. Can he be crowned tonight, or will Marvin van Velzen make a name for himself on Champions Night? £25,000 on the line, remember, and it's time to hand you back to commentary where Paul Nicholson has joined Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back, everybody. It was a job well done, wasn't it, for Connor Scutt to win his opening game 4-0. He's put himself in a fantastic position. But I've been intrigued, really interested in about the interviews with Steve West. I don't think I've ever seen him, as you've mentioned, so happy yet really emotional as well. I guess when you're laid and having major surgery and 8 months later you're back with the real potential of winning the Modus Super Series, maybe you can understand that. And you'll have to keep that. That's where the experience will come in, because I'm a massive fan of Marvin van Velzen. He's someone who I've actually tipped to actually win it tonight, so I'll apologise to Marvin afterwards. But joking aside, this is pretty intriguing game, this one, and one game I've been really looking forward to, Paul.
I think a lot of people have been looking forward to seeing West play tonight.
85.
He won Group B, but after speaking to him post-Group B, he was wondering how. And the reason he did
100
is because Marvin lost his last match and went from first position to third position. But even if it was the other way around, they would still be playing this match, but Marvin would have had the darts.
Yeah, I think that'll be at the back of their mind right now. You do sense it's a really special atmosphere here tonight. I mean, you have to say Connor Scutt did silence that incredible support that Jimmy Van Schie has got with him. So a very knowledgeable, intimate crowd. You can see them; they're not missing a single dart being thrown. And I think that's because of that man taking his dart out right now. If you are looking for romance, the newly married Steve West, him lifting the title tonight, might even shed a tear.
108!
Well, save your tears for another day, because this is the weekend, and that is the third 180 of the night.
92.
No panic from West, who leaves
Marvin,
130.
you require 121.
Seen a few 121s this week. And if Marvin has had a miss
31.
this week, it's been left.
Steve, you require 130.
He seems to have minimised it a lot over the last couple of days, but it has returned at a bad moment right there.
Yeah, not only does he not get the finish, but the setup play, you can see him behind, shaking his head.
105.
And when he turns around, he won't like the look of that as well. That's a lovely setup play there from Steve West. It might be the bullseye that Van Velzen needs to take out this leg. He'll start in the 20 bed. How safe will he be? Very safe. It is the bullseye.
65. Steve, you require 25.
Steve spends a lot of time on tops. But this time,
13.
it's 12s and 6s that deny him the
Marvin, you
first leg.
require 25.
And he can be broken by someone hitting that exact same checkout that he's just missed.
Yeah, looked a little bit tentative. Doesn't matter how experienced you are. I think Marvin surprised he's back to different route. Will it be a different answer?
23. Steve, you require 12.
An edgy start to Group 2. which also involves Derek Coulson.
Game shot on
But
the
it's
first
West,
leg, Steve West.
who has a bit of an army with him, and there they are. We have the father of
Second
Thomas
leg,
Banks
it's Marvin to throw first.
in amongst
Game
that
on.
lot. Mrs. Simply Steve West is there. Parents, friends have made their way to Portsmouth. They were all here in week 11 when he won that week. And they are the people that wiped the tears away at the end of the night.
Yeah, massive 180 to Steve West. You can expect plenty of big scores. I felt he was a little bit nervous, barely sort of throwing the dart with that anxiety and tension, and then you hit a double six. Everything's rosy
83.
again. And then darts went in totally different. I think West has settled.
There you see the T-shirts of the Marvin Army. They were very loud
119.
in week number 10. And if I may say one thing about Group 2, it does tend to tell you in a somewhat bold way that if you play late in a Super Series campaign, you may have an advantage of making Champions Night, because Group 2 has the winner of week 10, week 11, and week 12.
63.
Just a slight opening here for Van Velzen. You can see him take that sharp breath. He's an extremely talented player, is Marvin, but I also like his application, his attitude. He's learning on the job. Just see him closing his eyes there because he knows that's not enough. I think he's got a very bright future. But he's up against a very experienced campaigner in West.
Well, this looks familiar, doesn't it?
164.
I'm surprised he didn't go for the third treble 19, a la Cam Crabtree at the end of Series 7. And by hitting the bullseye, he's actually put himself in the tiniest bit of jeopardy here, because he needs to find a single before going for the double now. No problem, though. And that's the thing about double six, isn't it? If you miss it left, what comes after it can be dreadful.
Yeah, I think there was just someone, and that's the problem, and that's something you've got to manage. Me and Henry were talking about at the beginning. You've got to be mentally strong. You're going to get noises in there.
How good is that dart? That went in flat and angled right. That's one of the darts of the week right there.
Decisions, Steve West. He's gone aggressive. Can he get through?
He needs a bulldozer. He's decided to go from the angle.
3.
Well, you said the treble 20, Paul, was one of the darts of the week. I was thinking if that double 3 goes in, it could be the dart of the week. Marvin Van Velzen, how's your luck?
When you get a look,
you
have to take it. That is a leg that Steve knows he should not have lost. But what he's got to do now is he has to breathe in some sort of positivity and just forget, which is a very apt word. Forget about what's gone on before.
60.
He has not beaten Marvin this week. In fact, he's only taken 2 legs off him.
And very similar to the second leg. You can see how Steve West really settled by hitting that double 6 in the first leg. And check how weights come off the shoulder now of Marvin Van Velzen.
100.
Marvin's doubles have been excellent all week. But to paint the picture of Champions Week, his 37% is one of the
58.
worst coming into Champions Night, because the likes of Coulson at 46% and Scutt at 43%, the doubles really have been found
59.
with consummate ease by some of the stronger players this week.
And what I found very interesting, Paula, on that angle, the worst double hitter was the guy who's just been fluffing his lines in the second leg there, Steve West. That's something 32. I thought he has to correct.
Couldn't agree more. That's the dart he's been searching for. Something that leaves
95.
a little bit of a gap underneath the point of the first dart in that treble 20 bed. He can attack it, but on that occasion, he will not be happy by scoring only 95, because it doesn't get him to a finish.
140.
Just once again there, Marvin's a young guy. He's going to get better as a player. But he has this tendency just to take his time in situations which are very tight.
140.
However, what a response from West.
134.
This is in the balance.
Okay, the shot's off. And now he's got 133 with 2. He needs 2 trebles to leave a double to put the maximum pressure on West, who is going for 7 tops. And if he doesn't, there must be a blue moon
78.
outside.
Steve, you require 47.
We've seen big numbers missed, but that's plumb in the middle. Biggest start of the match.
Game shot on the third leg. Steve West.
There is Adam Lipscomb. And Thomas Banks, who
Fourth
has played
leg,
in
it's
Champions
Marvin
Week
to
this
throw
week,
first. Game on.
is now in the corner of his close friend Westy. Even the players stick around, even if they don't make it.
140.
We've seen Jim Long in the crowd tonight.
Why not, Paul? It's the biggest prize out there in amateur darts right now.
100.
To hear Steve saying it could be a man who's played in European Championships, PDC World Championships, BDO World Championships, UK Open, World Match Players. Yet tonight's victory could be his
96.
biggest ever. This is what the Super Series means to players right now.
Absolutely right. It's a place for people to start their careers, a la Luke Littler.
60.
Just a little over a year ago, he was winning a 2nd series in a row. But on top of that, it gives people the chance to bounce back
57.
to where they want to go. But what about people like Steve, who have shown the world that if you aren't on the PDC tour, you can still
60.
thrive?
He's happy, Paul. He said the PDC can destroy you. It's brutal at times. And when you're not winning games and you're travelling, Steve West looks a happy man.
136.
Marvin is starting to find a little bit more rhythm. He's been aiming a lot of darts so far tonight. But in the scoring
100.
stakes, he's starting
Marvin, you
to
require
flow a little bit
72.
better. He will aim dart 1 every single time. He'll stop there and go forward. Second dart, he doesn't aim.
48.
Just tries to feel it out. But he is afforded those misses. He will be back.
Yeah, I have a great viewpoint here, and there was a bit of everything went into that second dart there from Van Velzen. He's still feeling it.
91.
West
Marvin,
is right
you
behind him.
require 24.
This simply has to go.
Game shot on
He
the
doesn't miss
fourth leg.
12s.
Marvin Van Velzen.
And the tighter this game is, the more intricate Group 2 will be.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to
Yeah,
throw
the
first.
first match,
Game
Group
on.
1, it was a one-sided affair. This one's felt nervy. It's now effectively a best-of-3 game. They'll be
100.
feeling a lot better than they were in the first leg. This group phase of a Champions Night, you just want to get that victory, and sometimes you just try a little bit too hard. You come a little bit too easy for
59.
Connor Scutt in the first one, but this one, it's a real pick-em.
The last time West was in a Champions Night was in Series 4.
93.
He lost to Colin Osborne in the semi-finals by 4 legs to 3. It's a game he feels to this day that he should have won. Osborne would lose in the final to Littler.
121.
But en route to that semi-final, Steve won Group 1. Now, we were doing our little bit of digging earlier today, looking at the
98.
past of every Champions Night we've had. And here is something that really did grab my attention. Of the 7 Series won, 6 of them have been won from Group 2. The only person to win from Group 1 was Littler in Series 3. Every other one came from Group 2. That bodes well for West, for Marvin and for Coulson, if you believe in patterns.
Yeah, something's just affecting Steve at this moment.
100.
He's going to be first down to a finish. The setup play hasn't been great from Van Velzen in this match. He'll want to correct that. But that lateral drift into treble.
83.
Is that enough?
Steve, you require 110.
This is tight, Paul.
He decided on bull. And that's how much he wanted to leave tops. He has left it.
98.
But this would be a game-changing shot.
Yes, it would be for a breaker throw. The opportunity to serve out the match, and that's the perfect first. And an even better second dart. That's the moment Marvin van Velzen's been waiting for all night. Steve West was sat pretty on tops. His shoulders have sagged a little bit. I've been so impressed with Marvin van Velzen the past month. He was superb when he was last here. And that finish there's a testament of his character. Penny for your thoughts, Steve West.
$84.
The difference in atmosphere from last night to tonight. Night and day. And what is it about West playing Van Velzen this week?
85.
He just hasn't been able. That is not a good sign.
Yeah, remember, it's that hip surgery that he's had. Just that hockey, he's a raised hockey. It might not seem much to an awful lot of players, but you do have to have that first step over as you throw a dart. I'm just wondering if Steve just didn't land correctly there, but he's fine.
83.
He's played in pain for the last 20 years. But he hasn't been, from what we can see, in any discomfort this week.
60.
Now, Van Velzen has got a match-winning opportunity now from 217. He's got 6 starts from there.
60.
And if that is the case, he will go into his second match in this group against Derek Coulson with points and a chance to win the group before West plays Coulson in Game 6.
134.
That's how it works here tonight. The same as any Saturday.
Yeah, the setup play at the back end of this match for Marvin van Velzen, and Steve West couldn't find his 180s in this
Marvin,
game.
you require
And it's Van
83.
Velzen this time, first to a finish. And for his first 2 points on what would be a huge win. He had the luxury of setting up.
43.
And nothing Steve Westport can do on 173.
Marvin's not played his best darts in this match. But it's testament to his
83.
form that
Marvin,
one of
you
his
require
poorer performances is still an 89 average. One more double. And he's halfway to the semis.
The perfect marker, Schie.
20. Steve, you
I
require
smell a lifeline.
90.
Now, what does he do this time on 90? Will he persevere with bull this time? No. He wants it at the end.
65.
That was a chance to take us all the way.
Marvin, you require 20.
Well, it was a bit of a slow burner of a start for Marvin. This is what he does. He won't throw that dart until he's 100% ready. The eyes on double 10.
That looks a little too close. He's going to have to find another angle, but remember the 60 from earlier in the match.
10.
This time he doesn't find the mark, and West gets
Steve, you
another
require
lifeline.
25.
I'm amazed he didn't go the other side. The bed was still open. He just felt he could see enough of that double 10.
Remember earlier in the match, when he had 25, he went 1 double 12. He's persevering. Doesn't change the plan.
Sick flag, Steve West.
And West will wonder how he's still in this match. He's got the darts now.
7 from final leg.
How damaged
Steve
is
to throw
Marvin
first.
coming into leg 7?
Game on.
Yes, they both had the moments in this game. And it's all come down to a last leg decider for the neutral. It's how we like it. But that double 12 was thrown with real purpose.
57.
But, and I emphasise the word but, it's a trebleless visit start. Van Velzen has a chance to get back in this. Needs a treble up.
100.
That was right in off the flight. Everybody here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth is surviving on a diet of fingernails right now.
140.
Still yet to get that 180 I promised you. The 140 he'll take. He's a ton ahead.
It just goes to show how nervy these finals night games can be. West is averaging around about 2 180s per match this week. In this game, he hasn't got any. yet.
100.
At this stage, though, Paul, 140, snap your hands off for it. It was 3-3 and both on 304, but West had the dart, remember. But here comes Van Velzen.
98.
Not enough.
Steve, you require
6 darts from
164
164 to take 2 points. But when you win 4-3 in your first game, you've
92.
still got a lot to do.
Dart of the match. That treble 19. He looks in pain. We use the word experience. That dart into the treble 5. But he's going to get a dart.
100.
At least a dart
Steve, you
for
require
the match.
72.
A match he didn't look like winning at one point.
But does he?
52.
Tops has been reliable
Marvin, you require 106.
most of the last 3 weeks. Is there one more twist as West goes back to the table and hopes he will return? He might not, but now he gets 3 darts at 20
Steve,
to
you
win this one by
require
the finest
20.
of margins.
Nothing to separate both players. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's
Sure.
Steve
And
West that
Steve
takes
West.
his opportunity. It was a slow burn of a start. Marvin Van Velzen obviously looks very disappointed. He had match darts. And Steve West just explaining there, possibly about that raised hockey. As we mentioned, he's had that major surgery, but nothing to separate them. Forget the averages. It was all about bottle at the end. And that double 10 sees Steve West in a vital 4-3 win. And he gets 2 points as we move back to Group 1. It's Jimmy Van Schie against Tom Sykes.
Well, a couple of contrasting clashes in the first 2 matches. We saw the comfort for Connor Scutt and then real darting drama there between Steve West and Marvin Van Velzen, Paul.
That's what Saturday nights are all about. A little bit of edge in a game, and you've seen some dominance, but that game, wow, they went through the mill there, didn't they? Van Velzen's going to think, that's a game I should have won. And maybe Steve West is thinking, that's a game, how have I won it? But that's darting drama, and it's proof that you have to hit that last shot. If you don't, you run the risk of losing.
Yeah, we've had a couple of popular players on the stage. Jimmy Van Schie is going to be back in a moment. We'll talk about him. But how big is that win for Steve West, considering he did look to be in a little bit of pain?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened. Maybe a little bit of discomfort when coming off the raised docky at one point. We'll delve into that if we can. However, I think you can't get carried away by winning 4-3. You've still got a lot of work to do. Just go out and win your next game. I know it sounds really strange to say that, but you don't want to get into some sort of intricacy where you have to start looking over your shoulder saying, I've got to win 2 legs, 3 legs, whatever. Just go out there and win the game and forget about the permutations. If he beats Coulson, he's going to be fine.
Yeah, as I just said, a couple of popular players have played. There's different pockets in the audience that are supporting certain individuals. What is the mood like down there over to Henry and Glenn?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. It really is brewing up here stateside at the Live Lounge. Steve West getting the better of Marvin van Velzen in that previous match. I just want to get your perspective on that, because you survived match darts in every single one of your lakeside wins. How will Steve be feeling right now, having dodged a bit of a bullet?
Yeah, I think he needs to look at his sort of attitude a little bit, because I talked about how happy he should be and how he's looking, but he was getting affected by there. So he'd be delighted with a 4-3 win. And sometimes when you win a tournament and you're not playing great, you seem to think, is it my night? And maybe he should go back and stop worrying about other things. And he's got the 2 points and he's up and running.
On the other side of the coin, Jimmy Van Schie will be thinking the complete polar opposite. Lost 4-0 to Scutt. He's in action here now against Tom Sykes, who's got his own section of supporters in here. For Jimmy, does he need to draw on that now more than ever, or can it go the counter way?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, for Scutt, what a fantastic strategy to silence the crowd. Yeah, it'll be a loud one, this one. Tom Sykes has got 10, 12 people here. And for Jimmy Van Schie, I think any nerves that he had in that first game, they'll be gone now. He has to just get out there and just give the game of his life.
Tom has played in the Champions Night previously. He got to the final. He lost to Scott Taylor. How will he feel second time around? Will he feel like he's just completely at home on this stage?
Oh, he's incredibly confident. He doesn't worry about who he's playing. He's not one for reputations. He's itching to get started. I expect big things from Tom Sykes.
Well, Jimmy Van Schie is just about to make his way to the walkway. It's going to get very loud in a few moments' time. Back to you, Chris.
Yeah, I think he's there waiting to get on the stage. Just quickly, Paul. This one, Jimmy Van Schie knows exactly what he has to do. How does that change things for Tom Sykes? Because it's like an extra incentive to get it done early, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. When you look at what Jimmy has done to Tom in the past, he's beaten him on a Saturday final. So this presents an opportunity for Tom to get his own back in the biggest game that they could possibly play in a group stage on a Saturday night. So revenge might be sweet for Tom Sykes. But he's now got a couple of opportunities to make his way through his group. As for Jimmy, when he was talking to us earlier in the week, he did say that he preferred knockout darts. Well, he's arrived at knockout darts early, so he's got to do it now, otherwise it won't be his title.
Yeah, do or die for the Dutchman. Success will seal a semi-spot for Sykes. Paul Starr will get the players onto the stage.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge. Well, the action continues in Group 1. Please welcome our Week 4 champion, the Dutch Sequoia. Please welcome Jimmy Van Schie. And our Week 1 champion, Tom Sykes.
I am number 1, not number 2. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through.
So just to put you perfectly in the picture then for this one, Jimmy Van Schie must win this match to have a chance of qualifying. Tom Sykes can book his place in the semi-finals with a win, and he would take Scutt with him after Scutt got the better of the Dutchman in that 4-0 opener this evening. In fact, if Sykes wins one leg in this game, that would be enough to send Scutt through. So let's see if the giant Dutchman can pull off a sizable escape, or is Sykes about to end Van Schie's slim chances? Paul and Glenn will talk you through it.
Many thanks again, Murph. And it's knockout time for the man from Breda, the Dutch Sequoia. And if you don't know what a Sequoia is, it's a very tall tree. And this is a very tall task against the 31-year-old from Castleford, who has made Portsmouth his second home over the last 12 months. He's got support here, but so has Jimmy. Now, the news for Scutt is very, very good, isn't it? Because he will qualify if Sykes wins one leg, like Chris mentioned. And if I may mention it quite early, Glenn, the only way Connor Scutt can go home tonight is by virtue of a 9-dart shootout. We've never had one on a Champions Night. And Mr. Van Schie has been
100.
in a 9-dart shootout before.
Yeah, I'm actually still reeling a little bit from the question from Henry.
58.
You had missed darts at every World Championship. I mean, kick a man when he's down, Paul.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to kick Jimmy when he's down.
60.
There's a lot to kick.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, those darts, he's more settled now. I know that 4-0 loss is pretty difficult. He's probably reliant on now of Connor Scutt beating Tom Sykes, but Tom is a fascinating character who's sort of arguably Yorkshire's #1 now. This is a different Jimmy Van Schie, though, isn't it?
You may have pressed the snooze button in game 1, but he's awake now.
97. Jimmy, you require 161.
This first leg is all about Jimmy. And this has got the air of that game that he played yesterday,
97.
late evening, because he needed to win his last match in Group C to qualify, to send Neil Duff
64.
into the
Jimmy
Series 8
requires
obscurity.
64.
And Jimmy was doing things like this.
Yeah, it's the first time in that opening game for Jimmy where I'd seen him tentative and nervous because he's a big character. We'll chat about his sort of history a little bit.
Jimmy, you
But
require
he needs to put this
4.
2-2 away first of all. It's been all about the Dutchman in the first leg.
Game's on the first
Listen
leg.
to that
Jimmy
crowd.
Van Schie.
He said they could play a big difference. Well, they were silenced in the first game. But Jimmy Van
Second
Schie,
leg,
Paul,
it's Tom to throw first.
I go all the way
Game
back
on.
to 2011 when he was he was the Europe Cup boys winner. And he was playing on the development tour.
60.
And we just didn't hear from him for 10 years. So it's great to see that Jimmy he's a great character. He's winning competitions on the WDF system. We'll see him at Lakeside.
140.
And a darts like this, who knows what the future is for Big Jimmy.
The future could still be Modus Super Series champion
100.
by the end of the night. He did everything the hard way his first Saturday night here. In that 9-dart shootout,
95.
Daryl Pilgrim hit a 180 in the 9-dart shootout and didn't get through. Van Schie was on another planet.
108.
And that was a night where Tom Sykes lost in the final. So, they've got history. And Sykes has just reminded us all
Tommy
that this game is not all about Jimmy.
161.
Tom's got a chance to get rid of Jimmy at the halfway point of the qualifying games.
Yes, I can confirm, Tom, that is not in. But he's in total control of this leg.
71.
And all Jimmy Van Schie is thinking at 207, just give me 6 darts. And Tom Sykes at 90, you'd expect him to get at least a dart at the bull. But this is all Jimmy can do. Another one of them would be nice.
171.
They always say that
Tommy
twice is nice,
require 90.
but thrice is nicer. Double 15. That is a monstrous hit from Sykes.
Tom Sykes.
With Van Schie sitting on double 18 to take leg 2,
Third
Tom
leg,
Sykes is
Jimmy to
using
throw first.
his part of the
Game
crowd
on.
to fuel his fire. That was a wonderful dart at double 15.
And Connor Scutt will be a happy man with that double 15 going in as well.
First man through to the semis.
108.
What a terrific game. Those first opening games weren't about the averages. All of a sudden, Jimmy Van Schie is averaging over 110 at this moment.
We shouldn't be surprised. We have seen averages around the 110 mark, even eclipsing that mark here this week. It is
54.
Champions Week after all. Everybody's a winner. Everybody's in form. But it's Sykes who's had the best performance of the week. In fact, the
53.
second best in Champions Week history. In excess of 113 113.43 to be exact. And the only person to average better than that in the Champions Week, you guessed it, his name is Luke.
Yeah, and there's a dart player. And
98.
you know, for Tom, he knows his game is there.
170.
We haven't seen a 170 this week. We're still not going to see it tonight. He still holds the highest finish of the week, does Jimmy.
96.
Boy, he wishes he could play that first game of the night again, feeling like he does now.
60.
Wow, look how
Jimmy
close they are
requires
together.
74.
Yeah, 0 reward. Treble 14 will be the shot for Jimmy. So he just needs to correct as he go 15 bull. The reason he maybe should have gone 15 bull, because Tom Sykes can do extraordinary things on this dartboard, and he'll fancy his chances on 150.
Tom, you require 150.
So let's see if that calculated gamble from Jimmy pays off. It might not, you know. Double 18. Oh.
114.
He thought when he
Jimmy
threw that it was
requires
going to be closer
32.
than that. But Jimmy has just dodged a very Yorkshire bullet.
Hey, you felt the hard work was done, but Jimmy's back. That's awkward now. We can see the top part of that double 16. It's almost like you're aiming for part of that double 8. You're looking at that red bit on the double 8. Now he's looking at the angles. The shake of the head tells you what he feels.
He's 6'9", is Jimmy. Even he can't get over the top of this. Oh, maybe he can!
On a third leg, Jimmy Van Schie.
Serious accuracy on a Saturday from Van Schie.
Fourth leg, it's Tom.
He's thrown some incredible darts this
Game
week.
on.
He had a 1-3-2 checkout earlier in the week on the bull that had people wondering on the internet as to whether it was AI.
59.
Because he was throwing it from in front of the camera. That may just be a better dart than the previous bull during the week.
If Button maybe Paul.
140.
But if Jimmy Van Schie can get to the semi-finals on the back of losing his opening game 4-0, he's feeling $1 million.
140.
This is the game we've been waiting for tonight.
140.
Well, there's a bit of a pattern starting to occur here this week because Tom Sykes has beaten Jimmy Van Schie 3 times this week. And what did we say about Van Velzen against West? He'd beaten West twice from 2 matches. But when it comes to Saturday night,
97.
if you can get that one solitary win back, it will mean an awful lot. Sykes has won 4-2, 4-0,
100.
and 4-3 in
Jimmy
Group A.
require 124.
That doesn't mean anything anymore.
The fact he's on 145. It's the right thing. Maybe too aggressive on the treble 40. He's probably already seen in his mind there.
Tom, you
But
require
leave 40.
145.
Because this is a tall order. This is a big ask.
105.
He's done his job.
Jimmy, you require 40.
If you're not going to take the shot, leave it handy.
Break a throw. 3-1 lead.
It's on a fourth
No problem.
leg, Jimmy Van Schie.
Jimmy Van Schie, look what it means to his army of fans. They are so loud, let me tell you, but very respectful
Fifth leg,
tonight.
it's Jimmy to throw
This is
first.
a classy night.
Game on.
It does feel like a knowledgeable crowd. The best of order when these guys are playing up there.
Jimmy has spent so much
60.
time in Portsmouth over the last 6 to 7 months that he's got his own local army with him.
100.
If he wins tonight, he'll go into Portsmouth folklore, and he might just be the most famous tall thing in Portsmouth, eclipsing the Spinnaker Tower.
Well, Henry did give me a big blow, didn't he, with that question? But
60.
fair play to him. I said, who on earth doesn't get to do this Group 1? And Henry did feel it would be Tom Sykes.
97.
Right now, Van Schie's doing all he needs to do because Tom Sykes would then have to beat Connor Scutt and beat him comfortably.
30.
Oh, that one was a bit shouldery. Technically, that was not a good shot.
44.
Sykes has had the biggest ceiling of performance this week, but his range has been quite vast. When he's had a bad game, he has missed some key approach shots.
134.
And has found himself a little bit downhearted in some important moments. Can he get past that? He can use the bull here.
60.
Never forget about the bull on that shot. It can still leave you 170.
Yeah, some of the angles of the dart. I've followed Tom for about the past 12 months now. I just don't like some of the angles those darts are going in. But certainly like that for Jimmy. That's a couple of 1-3-4s. He's 83 points away from a famous victory.
85.
And he may just be about
Jimmy,
to put Tom Sykes
83.
in huge trouble. Even if Jimmy hits this, he's not through yet. He's not even getting a shot for the match. That's the second time in this contest he has missed a single low.
Yeah, he's not the only one to be missing big numbers tonight. I've got a theory that you're already thinking 43. Of the bullseye or the double.
Tom, you require
Tom Sykes
115.
needs a spark. Does he start in the 19s?
A bit like that 90 from earlier. He needs this to cooperate.
It's the angles of the darts going in, but that is perfect. And that is sweet as a nut. And that is why so many people are talking about Tom Sykes. They have travelled a long way to come and see him. Is that his moment? Break a throw, back on throw. Tom Sykes looks focused now.
Oh, that had a little bit of an extra triple axel at the end, didn't it? Wow, the Olympics is finished, but Tom Sykes is still trying to get the judges' attention with that 180.
140.
Tom's dad in the crowd, he is beside himself right now. He can't even sit down.
134.
Yes, I think it's really important for Tom. Sometimes you can get a bit emotional when you see your family there, but look at this.
100.
What a match.
5 180s in this contest, and we're not done yet.
99.
The only way we get another one is if we get another leg. Sykes on the combos.
81.
That's why he's still in this
Tommy
match.
require
There's
88.
a bit of everything, and that for Jimmy, but this time it goes in the treble 20. Both on two darters. It's the bullseye for Sykes.
63.
So
Jimmy,
close.
you require 100.
Jimmy did not get a match start in the previous leg. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Schie is still alive! Tom Sykes is in a bit of trouble, and he's going to have to wait until Game 5 to see if he can make his way through to the semi-finals for the second time on a Champions Night. But Jimmy and his clan are very happy with that. The performance of the night so far, 98.76, and the doubles, when he got his shots, he took advantage of Tom Sykes not finding enough in his arsenal on that occasion. So in 6 legs, we saw brilliant drama, and now we turn our attention back to group number 2, and it's time to say hello to Derek Coulson, and he's up against Marvin van Velzen, who still has to win.
Well, more drama here at finals night, at champions night of the Modus Super Series, Paul. When Tom Sykes took out the 115, that was a brilliant moment, but that 100, that clutch finish, double 19, under pressure from Jimmy Van Schie, that could be a moment he looks back on later in, not just tonight, but in his darting career.
Yeah, I think what you've seen from Jimmy this week has been a real improvement in important moments. We question players' bottle when they first come here, but you can learn to be better in moments like that, especially when you've got experience on a Saturday night here. This is his third Saturday night, and he doesn't tend to lose on Saturday nights, and he doesn't like to leave early. So the ability to recover after a bad first start tells you everything about how much he wants to win this title. He's in with a chance, but what we can tell him is he is now the biggest Connor Scutt fan probably in the place.
It's not a bad player, is it, to be backing? But again, this moment, this double 19, you've got one dart to potentially save your skin, and he does it. And that is what he's always been about here at the Super Series.
And he's restricted Tom Sykes to combo shots in that game. It was a really good start as well. Glenn made a great observation saying that he didn't start great in his first match, but he really came out of the traps in the second one, and he needed to do that, and he finished just as well as he started.
Yeah, you've just sort of alluded to it. If Sykes wins against Scutt, he will be through. Van Schie will go home. But going to turn our attention now to the other group and the next game, Marvin van Velzen, who was in an equally dramatic match against Steve West. He's now going to take on Derek Coulson, who we're going to see for the first time tonight. For those people who haven't been watching this week, or indeed last week when he made it through, tell us what you've made of him.
So impressed. And if I may be honest, a lot of people who sit in the seats in the commentary box and watch a lot of the Dart Connect devices, who follow the seniors and a lot of the other promotions, we've been looking at some of the stuff that Derek has been doing over the last 6-12 months. He's a very humble guy. He's said that the seniors has changed his darting career. We all thought he was pretty good when he came into week 12 because of the previous series, and he caused trouble for other players. But it didn't quite happen for him on that occasion. We all thought that when he came into Series 8, though, he's improved. He's improved so much more than we thought, though, because nearly a 94 average for the week. That's not good. That's exceptional. That's world class. So he's doing that in this building in a Champions Week. He is real trouble for everyone.
Yeah, he's been so solid, hasn't he? So kind of carefree, and he hasn't played yet tonight. How does Marvin van Velzen get over the kind of battle wounds that he had from that first match, that last leg decided defeat, in which, of course, he missed multiple match starts?
I think what he's got to do now is fairly similar to what Jimmy's just done. He's got to start well, and if he gets a little bit of a gap, say 1-0, 2-0, he's got to put his foot down and say, right, this is my game. Just deny him any sort of chance. And if something's bubbling up inside him, don't let it stay there. Let it out, because we know it's there, judging by when he won his week.
It certainly is. And for Derek, he's been taking it all in, feet up, watching it in the practice room. This moment for him, how does he approach it, considering that last week when he won, it was quite quiet out there. Of course, he's won behind closed doors with no crowd since then. Will it be a shock to the system? Is it better that he's the last player to play?
Yeah, I think probably it is. Allow everybody else to have a little bit of nerves and see how they fare. But I think one of the biggest questions of the night, because we've been looking at numbers, we've been looking at how much he was comfortable in Group C this week, because he really was when he won it. How does he adapt? And that's the word that Henry used earlier. How does he adapt to tonight? I'm not sure he's played in an atmosphere like this before, because if we may be frank, last week in week 12, there weren't this many people here. So, how does he fare? The standard is there. It's just a question of whether he can do it in front of these people.
Right, let's see what Derek can do. Paul Starr will bring the players to the stage.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge. Well, it's Champions Night here at the 8th Modus Super Series, and we are ready. And the players are ready, and now from Group 2, please welcome our Week 10 champion, the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen, and our Week 12 champion, Derek Coulson.
I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see him in my rear view.
And so Marvin van Velzen finds himself in a similar position to his Dutch compatriot Jimmy van Schie in the previous match, with a few caveats to that. Van Velzen must win to stay alive, but he can put himself through to the semi-finals with pretty much any kind of victory here. In fact, 4-2, 4-1 or 4-0, and Van Velzen will progress from Group 2. If it goes 4-3, he could still go out, but that would involve a dramatic 9-dart shootout, and I guess if you're a neutral, you might want to see that. So can the Dutchman get the job done now? Will he take it to a 9-dart shootout? We'll have to see another 4-3 in this group for that to happen. But if he is defeated, that will be it. Derek Coulson can get it done in one match, a win for him. He goes through, he takes Steve West with him, and on standby to talk you through Game 4 of tonight's action, it is back to Paul Nicholson and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Again, really looking forward to this, because for me, Derek Coulson's been the player of the week. He's the one player I probably least knew about. I was lovely chatting with him tonight, and it's a word that you used in your interview there, Paul, which resonated with me. He's a very humble man. I think he really appreciates what's happened to him right now. He's a guy that's gone through the county scene.
It's Marvin to throw first.
He's a player who's been lifted so much by the World Seniors. I met him at Q School around about 2019, and you know, he had that, still had that desire at 53, 52. And to see him succeeding now, and to hear you talking, Paul, like you even potentially fancied him to win tonight. But looking at the walk-ons, Paul, I thought Marvin looked a lot more relaxed. A little wink, a little smile to the camera. I thought Derek looked very nervous.
That'll settle him down. But in Derek's words this week, he wouldn't be here if it wasn't for World Seniors. That has revolutionised what he does in darts. 2 wins on the World Seniors Tour, and now a champion at the Modus Super Series in week 12. What does he do
100.
by the end of tonight? Because he's got the shortest night of anybody, potentially, for a winner. He comes into tonight in Game 4, and he could be the person to send Marvin home.
Yes, he's gone right up in my estimations as well. He's a Middlesbrough fan. Has a lot of family in Thornaby and Billing, which was a surprise to me, but it was just great chat with him. He's delighted to be here. I said he looked nervous.
100.
Well, he's gone ton 40, ton start. That ain't nervy darts.
Yeah, very cool indeed. Looking to be the second Middlesbrough fan to make a final on Champions Night.
100.
Colin Osborne lost to Littler in
Derek
Series 4.
161.
Perfect first dart. Superb second dart.
136. Marvin, you require
My word.
116.
He has settled very well, but he could lose this first leg in 15 darts. That's a great guide for a 60.
98.
Do you get the feeling he
Derek,
needed
you
that?
required 25.
Because if we may say so, Derek Coulson is nearly 46% on doubles for the week.
Let's hope we haven't given the kiss of death, and we
Shot
certainly
of first
haven't.
leg, Derek Coulson.
It was a fascinating statistic when we're looking at it. It was like Derek Coulson, he was
Second
the favourite
leg,
for
it's
Group
Derek
C.
to
He
throw
said he
first.
struggled with that because
Game
he
up.
liked to be the underdog. And what happens is when you're playing with confidence like he is right now, and you're knowing you're at your doubles, that when you hit the big 9 there, all of a sudden your brain's telling you, I fancy this.
125.
There's a lot of people around Portsmouth who fancy Coulson for the title tonight. And if you look at his numbers, you look at the way he's performed in-game this week, there's
61.
no reason why that can't happen. And the only question mark that came up in conversation over the last 12 hours or so, it was, how does he perform in front of an audience? But it doesn't seem like it phases him,
100.
which is very promising for the man from Shropshire.
Yeah, he throws a very flat dart, doesn't he? And when he's going underneath that treble 20, I'm thinking he's going to go down to the 19s.
44.
It's quite a bulbous barrel that he's thrown as well. Looks like a good old-fashioned dart. But he just seems to get the weight and the balance right. And like you say, he's looking really tidy right now, very methodical. Now, I'm thinking he's going to go down the 19s there. But he's just been using the weight and using that first dart just to lob it over almost.
45.
Great camera angle with the third dart there.
Even at this early stage of match number 4, Marvin's in
100.
deep, deep trouble.
And for the first time, Paul, for me, for Marvin, the first time I've seen him in deep, deep trouble as well. I had the joy of commentating when he won his week here at the Modus Super Series, and everything he touched turned to gold. But 96. Right now, Derek Coulson is doing the business.
The temperature has gone up in the live lounge here tonight because of the amount of people here. That is a bulldozing maximum from Marvin. Just what the doctor ordered.
Derek, you require 135.
But hold the phone. The coolest cat in the place is on the 135. Tops. Oh, that stings!
Derek Coulson.
And look at the confidence from DC of Shropshire.
Third leg, it's Marvin to throw first.
Booyah, touchdown. He makes miracles happen.
What a sucker punch as well. Marvin was waving to his
59.
His friends, I'm ready, I'm feeling better. And 135 is a stinker of a finish. You've got to go in the centre of the ball for the 25 and bull. He hits the bull. You're almost expecting to hit the 25 to go treble 20 bull. And then you ping the treble 15. And then the hardest
93.
part to hit the tops. And then the reaction as well. Well, I doubted you, Derek Coulson, on Monday morning. I won't lie. When you first saw your game on Thursday, well, I've been proven wrong. And I'm very happy to say so.
100.
Get him a t-shirt and put on the front of it, "Don't doubt Derek." He may think that it's his destiny to win here tonight, and if he does,
140.
he will do something that Scott Taylor did in Series 6 in winning Week 12 and winning the following Saturday as well. But if I may say so, his route to get here was slightly easier than that of Taylor. He had to play 2 groups and a Saturday night in Week 12. Then he played 2 groups and Saturday night in Week 13. And by the end of it, he needed about a 3-day lie down. Derek has only played 1 group and a Saturday night both weeks.
Well, one of the trickiest finishes is that 135 we mentioned.
134.
This time he's left the biggest
Derek,
finish of them all.
170.
It's been an incredible performance so far, averaging over 105 at the moment.
And it's not out of the blue. He's had 3 winning ton-plus averages this week.
43. Marvin, you require 69.
Yeah, options on this 2-dart finish. 15s is a good shot, but it's 11s he's gone for. It's tops for Van Velzen.
49. Derek, you require 127.
Hold your breath, Marvin. He started the 135 with a bull. Can he end the 127 on that same target? Does he even need to? Oh, and he doesn't get the single or the treble.
How many times have we seen it today where people have missed the big number sort of treble? That one by an absolute whisker.
87.
And it was double 10.
Marvin,
that was the Achilles heel for Marvin Van Velzen. This was the dart he had to win his opening game against Steve West. Will it be kinder this time? Something has to happen for the Dutchman.
Game shot on the third leg. Marvin Van
And there's the
Velzen.
reaction. He needed that. There's his friends and family who've come over. The Marvin Army.
Fourth leg. It's Derek to throw first. Game on.
That's a bit Ron Seal, isn't it? Does exactly what it says on the tin. He could have gone with Marvin's Martians. Or Marvin's
60.
Hunger Squad. There's Cockney Roman slang. If you're Marvin, you are rather starving. Well, he's hungry right now.
84.
And that was a really good third leg.
Lots of twists and turns, isn't there, at the moment, Paul? But the one player I'm thinking of there, everything's gone right so far, is Connor Scutt. He's up next in a massive game. The game I'm really looking forward to with Tom Sykes and Connor Scutt. They really play well. They complement each other very nicely. And this game, Jimmy Van Schie winning has made that Group 1 very interesting. A win here for
100.
Marvin would make it very interesting. So many permutations still.
Yeah, just imagine if Marvin wins 4-3, we bring into play the 9-dart shootout.
Yes, please.
Yeah, we can say that. The players on the stage do not want that. And this game seems to have settled down
59
throughout the course of leg number 3, which is not a bad thing. Derek still has the lead, but from 2-6-3, he's got to be really clever with the numbers. And one thing we've learned about Derek this week is he's very progressive with the way he leaves finishes. This time he's just got to get it correct.
Well, you can certainly stay there, but your mind can go blank on a big occasion like this. That's experience. He ain't going to be rushed to make a mistake here, but after that first start there, he ain't sure though, is he?
And Marvin doesn't like the fact that he's got to wait longer, but one thing we've seen from Van Velzen this week
80
is that if he does need an extra little bit of processing time, he'll go back to the table, have another sip of water. That's exactly what he's just done. And maybe Derek was caught in 3 or 4 minds as to what to do. And as a result, he found a single 3.
Yeah, it's to his detriment, wasn't it? How long he took to throw that dart because it landed in the 3. It's given an advantage here to Marvin Van Velzen. He's first to a finish. But I tell you what, Derek's left a 2-darter. Critical part of this match pending.
That's how he builds 140s. What's building here? What's bubbling?
80.
This time, another Dutchman can't
Derek,
find
you
double
require
19.
43.
And Derek can stretch his lead. He's been leaving double 16 most of the week. But he's changed his mind this time. Wow. Cool as a cucumber. Or should we say, cool as Coulson.
60% on the outer ring for Derek Coulson. I said he looked nervy. I think what he was ultra focused.
Well, now it's pretty vivid for Marvin. The only way he can get through to the semi-finals now is through a 9-dart shootout, and he's got to win the next 3 legs to be able to have the opportunity of that.
140.
Steve West is probably watching this thinking, this Derek guy, where's he come from?
Well, he's not the only one, but that's what the Modus Super Series does. It gives opportunities, whether you're a 16-year-old Luke Littler or a 50-plus Jim McEwen. This time it's all about Derek Coulson. I've been super, super impressed.
40.
But like many, had doubt he could deal with the situation tonight. But he's been great so far. He won't panic because this is on the throw of Van Velzen, who is looking very, very good to reduce the deficit.
66.
Just look at the forehead as well of Derek right now. One thing I have not seen all week is one bead of sweat. He's very much at ease with the conditions here.
140.
It is warm on the stage.
Marvin, you
It's not
require
oppressive.
170.
But Derek has been very impressive. Marvin's not finished yet, but I fancy he's going to need to hit that 72 when he comes back. The pressure is coming.
Yeah, Derek's MO is quite simple. If I can get down to a double, I'm going to hit it. And you can see Marvin's a little fidgety, and he won't like it when he turns round. Because that leaves another 2-dart. And the way Derek's finishing, he'd have to fancy that. Crucial moments here for the Dutchman. Jimmy Van Schie was up for the challenge. That was a nervy dart.
60.
We might be about to close the door on the chances of Marvin winning the title. Because Derek, in this match, is better on doubles than ever this week.
28.
But he has folded
Marvin, you require
on
12.
his checkout. Yeah, surprise in the live lounge.
Yeah, this time it was double 18. It's been a week of double 16. He's pinged that double tops. Lifeline.
On a fifth leg,
There it is, Marvin Van
Velzen.
Velzen. It is just a holder throw. Still very much advantage to Derek Coulson.
Sixth leg, it's Derek to throw
Just
first.
a question, Glenn.
Game on.
Do you think Derek was going for a 6?
Yeah. Like any dart player in that situation, the 6-10 bed is huge. I used to think, let fate decide.
60.
And I just think under them circumstances, when Derek hit this big number double here, I'm through to the semi-final, and all of a sudden you can just get your balance wrong there. Does he panic though?
40.
What we can say is that if Derek wins the match, doesn't matter whether it's by 4-2 or 4-3, game number 6 of our schedule tonight on Champions Night would be a shootout between Coulson and West to see who wins the group.
85.
There are benefits to winning your group, and if you're joining us for the first time, we really do thank you for your company here on Saturday night. But if you win your group, you get the darts in the semi-finals.
108.
We haven't seen much of that from Marvin this week because he's been trying to measure his energy all week, but now it's time to empty the tank.
He's shaking his head there, Marvin. I don't know if it's to say, where have you been all night, or keep your emotions in check. Maybe it's just part of his game he's trying to work on. Derek Coulson just, maybe not the right word, but just plodding away behind him.
The adrenaline's pumping now.
140.
Every single shot. Look at the body language of the fans. They're encapsulated by this, as are we. Can Derek leave 76? No.
123.
That treble one makes the next shot a lot
Marvin, you
harder.
require 141.
And remember, this would be for a break throw if we go the distance again, like we did in the opening game in this group too. Marvin would have the darts. That treble makes him a favourite. Now he's a big favourite. It's going to take something special.
Derek, you require 133.
But it's been an incredible week with Derek Coulson so far. If he gets down to a double, he hits it, remember.
He's had 2 to win it. He's not going to get any more at this visit. Marvin's mission is to win 4-3 and hope.
93. Marvin, you require
Oh, he's had
24.
ups and downs on this double 12. Hasn't always been his friend. Friend of 4. And that's all based on that stunning first dart. Just above the double. Use that dart straight into the double. Last leg shootout.
It's Marvin to throw first.
Fascinating stuff.
Game on.
But even if he wins the leg, he isn't through. What he needs to happen is win the leg, and then his fortunes change completely.
99.
He thinks about this opponent in Derek Coulson very differently now to what he would think of him in 501 points' time. He'd go from foe to friend in a matter of a
100.
millisecond. He'd want him to win by 4-3.
Yeah, stunning last dart there. Just covered that treble 20 bet, but
58.
uses it. I thought he was second best. Now all of a sudden with that score of 58, one big 140, 188 from Coulson. But when you're in a last leg shootout, your arm feels a bit different. Your legs are wobbling, but it's
85.
last dart again. That's his saviour, Paul.
You look at the demeanour of the players. One player looks really relaxed. The other one
97.
looks a bit stressed.
Well, Marvin's fighting for his life here. He knows if he loses this leg, he's out. Derek would have a second chance, but he wants to end it now. And after that first dart, he'd want at least a 140.
100.
He's quite fortunate not to get it.
When Marvin takes his time. I was about to say, he always finds a treble. He does. But this is in the balance.
$55. Marvin, you require 150.
Well, the narrative of this game is, could he use the win from Jimmy Van Schie as a real motivation factor? And that last dart there makes him a huge favourite.
What is it about this group? It's drama personified. Coulson was in control.
64.
Let's
Marvin,
not
you
forget as
require
well,
52.
if Marvin takes this out, Derek might be out. Because Marvin's won the match by winning the last 3 legs. And now, if Coulson loses his next match, he won't even make the semi-finals after having match darts. In that contest, what is going on with the brinksmanship from the Dutch guys tonight? They are fighting back. And Marvin, who's had a lot of averages like that this week, has found a way to take out number 1 player from Group C. Derek Coulson has lost by 4 legs to 3. We're all a bit surprised, but thank you, Marvin, for the drama. Wow. Let's all have a little bit of a break, but when we come back, we will culminate Group number 1.
Let's start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B only contains the 5 players, and 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12. Absolutely outstanding from Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
So here at the Modus Super Series, it's Champions Night, and Connor Scutt, that man is through ahead of his game against Tom Sykes. Not that he knew it. We'll talk about that in a moment. Tom Sykes hoping to join him by beating him in the game that is about to take place. Paul, before we talk about this one, let's just talk about the match that we've just seen, because it's, well, double defiant from the Dutchman, isn't it? Marvin van Velzen with a brilliant comeback.
Yeah, I think he's maybe taken some sort of inspiration from Jimmy van Schie, and if that's the case, he might just get a big hug from Jimmy right now. But great work from Marvin. You thought at 3-1 that Derek was cruising to victory, and he probably thought that he was over the line. The experience of Saturday night, playing it multiple times, it reminds you that you're never safe until you've got that dart in the bed. And Coulson may have just cooled the jets a little bit, and Marvin recognised that there was a chance there, and he took it.
And how his fortunes have changed in just a short spell. He was pretty much out. Now he's pretty much through. In fact, the only way he can go out is a 9-dart shootout. But we could get that tonight.
That's one of the great things about Saturday night in Portsmouth, isn't it? It's any Saturday night. It's just magnified by the fact that it's Champions Night, because every leg that is won, the permutations do change. And I suppose from a neutral perspective, we can easily say that we want to have a 9-dart shootout. and I'm not sure Marvin does. He just wants to play in the semi-finals.
We'll talk about that before the final game in that group. No 9-dart shootout in Group 1, but a shootout now between Sykes and Scutt, and it's an interesting one because these were the favourites, the top 2 favourites to win. Scutt could eliminate Sykes early here.
I think what Connor should be thinking about right now is, I've got a chance to send this guy home before he could come back and bite me a little bit later. Remember what Sykes did the last time he was here on a Champions Night? He lost his first game and he went crackers in the next game. Averaged 106, found his way to the semi-finals. So Scutt's job is to get rid of Sykes before he causes any trouble.
And what of Jimmy Van Schie, who's going to be watching this backstage in the practice room, and a player that beat him 4-0 earlier tonight, he's now going to be cheering on?
It's the complexity of group play here in Portsmouth, isn't it? And again, on Champions Night, it's magnified. So Jimmy's done his work, and now he just wants to have a chance in the last 4 because his record on Saturday nights is impeccable, and he wants to keep that going because he doesn't like losing. But if you are going to lose, win your next game, keep your chances alive, but now he's got to rely on somebody else to do something for him.
Yeah, which way do you see this one go? Do you think Tom Sykes has got that Yorkshire grit to fight back?
It's a tough one to call. I think this is going to be 4-3. I think Scutt looks really calm, composed and ready, but I think Tom's going to need that extra spurt. We've seen it at times this week. He's been a bit inconsistent at times. The highs have been very high, the lows have been a bit low, but now against Connor, the number 1 seed of the week, you could say, I think he's going to have to find that high level.
Right, let's find out, shall we? Scutt against Sykes about to get underway. As we said, the 2 favourites, but one of them could fall here. And I'll hand you over to our MC, Paul Starr.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge. Well, it's Champions Night at the 8th Modus Super Series and a final match from Group 1. Please welcome Tom Sykes and the sniper, Connor Scutt.
I am number 1, not number 2. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see him in my rear view. Yeah,
So Connor Scutt is through, though not throwing first in this game, as he's just been reminded. Can't have it all his own way, but he didn't know he was through. A little bit of a secret from backstage here. He was asking the players' marshal about the potential for a 9-dart shootout in this group, unaware that he'd already qualified for the semi-finals. The favourite to win Champions Week has made it, but will Tom Sykes, the second favourite, be going with him? In order to do that, he has to win this match. But if Sykes loses, he's out, and Jimmy Van Schie has pulled off the great escape after that 4-0 defeat to that man earlier this evening. So, to talk you through this decisive darting duel, I'll hand you back to Paul and Glenn.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And it was sort of labelled a group of death, this one. We were going to lose one of the real top players, and around about 7:45 tonight, I just assumed it would be Jimmy Van Schie on the back of a 4-0 defeat to
Tom to
the
throw
man taking his
first.
darts out, Connor Scutt, who didn't produce the biggest average in the world, but it was calm, it was composed, it was clinical, and his timing was really good. And for Tom Sykes, I think he'll know the
81.
situation now. There's a couple of experienced players in that players area. They'll be chatting permutations. He'll know exactly what he needs to do. But with the shackles off at Connor Scutt, knowing he's through now,
100
he can just relax and produce darts like that, Paul.
It's almost as if he turned 3 darts into 1 dart there because they were all magnetically connected. He is a very talented young man, is Connor Scutt, and he was joking with us a little bit earlier in the day.
60.
He actually sent me a message at around 2 o'clock in the morning saying, I'm knocking on the door, can you let me in? I want to practice. He was only kidding. And then earlier tonight, he said, I've actually been hiding under the stage all week, ready for Champions Night. That's how enthusiastic Connor is about this place and how much he wants the title.
Yeah, he's a real student of the game, as we mentioned in the first one. And despite setting jest, he's an incredibly big practicer.
92.
And I found it fascinating when he was chatting about getting used to this hockey. He's not throwing the dart as hard into the board. He's caressing that dart. Can he caress it into the ball?
96. Tom, you require 146.
Sykes needs to get busy. And I think one of the good things for Tom is that he just needs to win the match. He doesn't need to win it by a margin.
25.
He can use all the intricacies of a best-of-7 match.
Game shot of first
But he's
leg.
going to have to
Connor
stop
Scutt.
this guy sometime soon because that is 5 consecutive legs won tonight.
Second leg, it's Connor to throw first.
Yeah, they like playing
Game
each
on.
other. The pace is good. That's been demonstrated this week. They've also played each other in a challenge to a final this year as well. That shows you the quality of these two players.
57.
I'd expect them both to be going to Q school. I'd expect them to be professional dart players in the near future. But right now they are
58.
laying a sound foundation.
Every game has been won with the throw tonight, which bodes well for Sykes. How does he do this? Maybe something to do with those 3-winged flights, Glenn.
Yeah, like I said, he's someone who tries a
97.
few things, but it's just the way they land on a pinhead. At times you think, surely you've got to move, because they don't go into the dartboard with incredible
58.
force. In fact, when he forces the dart like he did there, that's when his body movement comes in, and that was a bit of an awkward dart. He almost floats the
134.
dart in.
There is something on the line tonight for Connor.
140.
He's already into the semi-finals. He won Group A in his week.
123.
He won Group 1 in his
Connor,
week.
you require
He won his
66.
week. He came to Champions Week. He won Group A. He's looking to win Group 1.
Game shot of second leg.
And he's done a very
Connor
good job of
Scutt.
that. And if he goes on to win the whole thing, Glenn, the only person who's done that
Third
is
leg,
the only
it's
person
Tom
who's
to
won
throw
2 of
first.
these.
Game on.
So I can confirm that Connor Scutt has topped the group, but I want to, Paul, take you back to
100.
the second leg of the night. And he had one dart with his Jimmy Van C sat pretty. He had one dart, a double top. Very reminiscent
60.
of that 66 finish there. Big 14, big 12. Tom sat ready for his first second, and he just pings that.
60.
He's a quality act.
Now we have to look at the possibility that he might not even lose a leg in his
97.
group.
Yeah, I've gone into competitions. I've even gone into a
100.
much better from Tom Sykes.
80.
Jokingly use that Yorkshire grip, but that's what he is about. He's got a real bright future.
96.
But that favouritism,
Tommy require
when you go into it,
161.
it just doesn't seem to be bothering Connor Scutt right now. But this is the Sykes we've been waiting for.
What is that? He said. All is not
71.
lost. But he wanted to be better off than 90. Because if you give a sniper a sniff,
140.
you're a dead man.
Tom, you require 90.
And again, that might change his strategy now. Does he go safe with a second? Yes, he does. To get on the board.
Game shot
What a
of
way to
third
do it, though,
leg,
Tom
offside.
Sykes. That's what we've been waiting for. They've travelled a long way to come and see Thompson. They're
Fourth
believing.
leg, it's Connor to throw first.
Just Tom believing
Game
himself
on.
to fight back. We've seen an incredible fight back in the previous game from Marvin van Velzen. The whole night is flip-flopping at times.
91.
But at the back of my mind, the one player who's just coolly getting on with the job is Connor Scutt.
140.
The previous meetings in the week were on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And at that point, they were split up. Connor went home.
100.
Tom stayed. And he had a tumultuous time of it in Group B. Every game they've played has had a
137.
minimum of 6 legs. Predominantly, it's 7. And it's 2-1 to Scutt for the week. But I'm going to emphasize something I said with Chris
140.
Murphy. If Connor doesn't get rid of Tom in this match, Tom could bite him later. So do yourself a favour,
85.
Connor. If you don't
Connor,
want
you
any more of
require
Sykes this week,
170.
beat him now, because later he'll be stronger. Oh, he nearly had our first one of the week.
145. Tom, you
Right
require
there,
139.
Sykes still fighting for leg 4.
Yeah, it was a drift into the 5, which left the 139 for Sykes. That's a horrid finish.
99.
And it was a 25 finish in the opening leg. It was clinical, right smack bang in the middle of the big 9, right in the middle of the double 8.
Game's on
And
the
exactly the
fourth
same
leg.
scenario
Scutt.
again for Connor Scutt. He is looking mighty fine right now.
Fifth leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
All I'm going to say, Glenn, is that the best single 9 you've ever seen? Because that was right in the middle of it. The double 8 was in. It was in the bottom half of it. But that single 9, sometimes we can get away with
80.
great games, great contests, great darts, but even great singles like that should not be forgotten. It's a great match, yet again, between these two.
41.
Yeah, we've maybe put the averages on there just to demonstrate that as well. They're clearly like playing each other. The pace suits the pair of them. They're having some fantastic
44.
matches between them here at the Modus Super Series and on the Challenge Tour as well. But right now, are we about to see the end of Tom
100.
Sykes? It would be a shame. But what a story about Jimmy Van Schie. Remember, he lost his opening game 4-0. We thought he was dead and buried.
59.
If Tom is to be eliminated,
60.
he's going to have Saturday nightmares about Jimmy Van Schie for another series. Seems to be his bogeyman.
46.
And weirdly, Tom beat Jimmy all week long until Saturday, and then Van Schie strikes.
60.
Look at the body language.
Yeah, just seeing Connor Scutt just sort of holding his arm. He knows exactly how he wants to throw a dart. He's worked meticulously on that throw. He's worked meticulously getting to where he is and putting himself in situations. And it wouldn't surprise me if one of these finishers go.
54.
If Connor finds him,
Connor, you require 170.
being the big fish, it would have been the end of Sykes and the first person eliminated on Saturday night here
105.
at Champions Night.
Tom, you require
But
90.
Sykes is still alive.
It's that 90 finish. This time it's the treble 20. This simply has to go.
75.
And is that the last dart Tom
Connor,
Sykes
you
throws
require 65.
at the Modus Super Series this week?
He believes it is. 46 left. And a match dart at tops.
45.
Tom
Tom, you
Sykes
require 15.
is still here.
Remember the previous game, 3-1 down, opportunity. Tom Sykes won't be thinking that right now. But that is the scenario. It's a sarcastic lift of his arms because he knows he hasn't been his brilliant best. Look at the support. Look at the passion. Look at the drive from the family.
Game on.
Yes, Tom, listen to your dad.
100.
It's not the end of the world. All you've got to do is win 2 legs against the favourite
93.
to get into the semi-finals. A somewhat ironic statement from myself. However, if he doesn't break, that's the end of the story. Look at that from Scutt.
140.
He wants rid of Sykes right now. He doesn't want any more trouble with him later.
Yeah, you don't often see that. And too many darts have gone low for Tom Sykes tonight. He realises that.
134.
But what do? You go downstairs in the treble 90. There's still hope on that table. But his opponent, he's good. He's very, very good.
Did somebody not feed Connor earlier? Because he looks really, really hungry. 6 darts if he needs them.
Connor, you require
And it's Connor's
81.
turn to put the hammer down. That's a 14. This is double 8.
65.
It's 2 match darts missed.
Yeah, double 8 has been good for him. But no dramas with Tom Sykes back on 2-1-0. You never lose, Tom. You learn. And you'll
Connor, you
look back.
require
You'll
16.
self-reflect. You've just been up against someone in
shot
Connor
and the
Scutt
match.
who's an
Connor
exceptional
Scutt.
player. Connor Scutt is the favourite going into the competition, and he's delivered 2 wins in that group of death of Group 1. And what a potential story of Connor Scutt going through. We didn't doubt that, but Jimmy Van Schie after that 4-0 defeat, they both go from Group 1. It was tight. They were both averaging around about 100. Tom Sykes just petered off at the end there, but Connor Scutt, a 97.01, solid on the doubles as well. He is looking tremendous, and Connor Scutt is in the semi-finals, but don't miss the final game of the round robin. We go back to Group 2, all to play for. It's Derek Coulson against Steve West.
Welcome back. So there it is. Connor Scutt knocks out his biggest rival, according to the odds compilers. They were the top two favourites. The favourite has beaten the second favourite, and in doing so, eliminated him. How big could that be for the rest of the night that Tom Sykes is no longer with us?
It's obviously a big thing for Tom because he doesn't have an opportunity of getting his name on the trophy, and he's not going to go one better than Series 6. But the problem with his group was that he was up against two people who have been really good at doggedly getting through games this week. And Tom will admit that maybe at times he's been a bit inconsistent, but the way that Connor was playing in that game, when he got the lead, his facial expressions changed. And we'll come on to him in a bit, but the disappointment of Sykes will be felt by his supporters, his family, but he has acquitted himself in this series expertly. He's been brilliant. And let's not forget as well, he won the very first week. He had to wait the longest time to come back. He still made the Champions Night for the second time, and he's a big credit to Yorkshire and himself.
And a word actually for the player who wasn't on the stage, Jimmy Van Schie, because he must have gone through all sorts of emotions tonight, having lost that first match 4-0.
Yeah, and his record on Saturday nights is pretty good, so he's hanging on by the skin of his teeth, isn't he?
He's done it before losing his first game and then winning the night.
he's making a habit of it. So, Jimmy's still in, and Jimmy Van Schie's amount of fans are going to be very happy because they get another game, at least. But that's going to be in the second semi-final against the winner of the next group. So, he's got to wait to find out who that's going to be. Right now, he's got to focus on himself.
Right. Drama 3, really, for Connor Scutt, but all of the drama could be coming in Group 2. We've got a remarkable situation here where the 9-dart shootout could be on. This game between Derek Coulson and Steve West is effectively a knockout match. unless Coulson wins 4-3. That's the result we're watching out for. We want that, don't we?
As neutrals, we do, but there are a lot of people who don't. People who support Derek, they want him to go out there and blitz the game. People who support West, they just want him to win the game. And as far as Marvin van Velzen is concerned, well, he is going to be sweating in the practice room watching this. He left himself with an awful lot to do. But the fact of the matter is, he's done a great thing in getting himself into a very strong position. So this is very befitting the kind of week that we've had in Champions Week in Series 8, because this one could be rather remarkable.
Yeah, it certainly could. Look, just forgetting the poetry of a potential dramatic 9-dart shootout, what do you see this game going, and where do you see it being won and lost?
I've got to be honest, with the way that the first game panned out for Steve, and there were a few worrying signs of that right hip. So I suppose they meet in the middle, because Derek at 3-1 up looked very comfortable, but turned out to be not the case, because he lost 4-3. So there are frailties for both. I think whoever's got the comfort in the first couple of legs is probably going to win the match. But I honestly, supposedly an expert in this sport, I can't call it.
Well, there is one way to find out. Let's get the game underway, shall we? It's Coulson against West. As I said, straight knockout unless it's 4-3 to Coulson, in which they'll be back on stage shortly for a 9-dart shootout. Paul Starr will bring them on.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge. Well, it's Champions Night at the 8th Modus Super Series, and it's time now for our final group match. Please welcome Derek Coulson and simply Steve West.
I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through.
So the story of the night for these two throwers is that Steve West won his opening match 4-3 against Marvin van Velzen, who missed match darts against him. But West won that match and has had to wait for a while to see what occurred since. Coulson then led 3-1 against van Velzen. West was thinking, one more leg for Coulson and I'm through, he's through as well. We're both happy. But now one of them won't be happy at the end of this game, because with Van Velzen coming back in that match against Coulson, it means that it's a straight knockout of a match. As I said, unless we get that one scoreline that makes the most dramatic thing possible happen on Champions Night. That's a 9-dart shootout. It would have to be 4-3 to Coulson for that outcome to occur. So to see if it does, or to see who goes through, let me hand you back to Duzza and the assets.
Yeah, thank you very much, Murph. All you want is opportunities, and both players go into their final game knowing if they win the match, or win the match handsomely, should I say, then they are through, and that's all you can ask for. It's been a funny all night, this group too. I mean, at times it's lacked a little bit of quality, full of tension and anxiety for Derek Coulson, leading his game 3-1 and losing. For Steve West, he was never at his best, but got over the line against Marvin van Velzen, who'll be in the players area, probably the happiest of the three players right now. He knows he's got a chance of a potential 9-darter, but what he's looking for is one big win.
Now West has got to win against the darts. And what a strange situation that Steve is in.
26.
You win your first game, and predominantly when you do win your first game in a group on a Saturday night, that's most of the work done. But because of the complexity of the results, West needs to win again.
60.
However, if he gets 3 legs, well, he's guaranteed something else. At least.
95.
First things first, Glenn. How does the hip look?
Yeah, I was just about to say, he looks comfortable physically, but mentally, for me, he's still not at the races. I mean, it's a disappointing start. He's already shaking his head, except you can see himself looking at the floor. He's just sucking up the air and everything now, and let's start afresh. He's doing everything right, but in answer to your question, physically, he looks fine.
125.
I just look at him on the stage, and I think he's walking around very carefully, which is probably the right thing to do. And in a strange psychological way,
85.
that might work really well in this game, because Derek is quite deliberate, And walking a little bit more carefully and slowly around the stage will burn seconds.
59.
Right, I'm gonna drop a real name here as well. But I was chatting with Phil Taylor yesterday. Right, smile from and anyway, he's just had a major hip surgery. He felt absolutely fine. Then started doing a little bit of gardening work, a little bit of work too early. So you've got to manage it when whatever happens. And clearly in that opening leg, I think Steve just lifted his leg onto that raised hockey there and felt something.
60.
So you could argue he's walking a little bit gingerly, but maybe he's just managing that.
Is that your roundabout way of saying that Group 2's been ever so strange tonight?
It has. It's like I said, it's at times lacked a little bit of quality.
57.
At times it's had the anxiety and tension of a round robin. And yeah, I think whoever doesn't go through will be extremely disappointed.
100.
That is a great dart.
Derek, you require 136.
But remember that Derek took out 135 earlier when he was playing against Marvin. However, West, who found that worldie of a last dart in the previous visit, now gets 3 darts to take this first leg, which is very edgy.
36.
Yeah, it was a fantastic start from Derek Coulson in his opening game, but he's lost 3 legs on the spin going into this. Make that 4. And maybe just signs of worrying moments here from Derek Coulson, who we've waxed lyrical about this week.
It's Steve to throw first.
He really has come to the fore. He's
on.
chatting away to himself there. He's deep in thought. And this is a Steve West nowhere near his best.
100.
Fair to say that all week he hasn't been at his best, but he's still here. Still going. Still won that Group B situation. And he's up against the person right here that won Group C.
95.
But Steve, he's been digging so deep for so many years. He might as well have lived with his hands in his pockets.
108.
And that's what he can do.
And a 10 to 10 at night to say that's the first 180 for Steve West tonight. That's a bit of a surprise.
140.
It's a brilliant leg.
82.
Doesn't like that dart, though. I like the idea of using the 17s right there. But we've seen on a couple of occasions tonight people switching and deviating away from their preferred targets, making 31. This next shot just Steve, a little bit more awkward. But it would have been more awkward had Derek found a finish of his own.
Yeah, I like the bullseye on the last one to leave at least the 116.
99.
But that last start there, forget all the permutation. He's just doing enough, Steve West, right now. His timings, he'll be happy with. But I think if he's going to win tonight, if he's going to beat a Connor Scutt, if he's going to beat a Jimmy Van Schie, he's got to find that scoring power.
99. Steve, you require 40.
His favourite double.
Game shot.
That one will do. A 2-0 lead for Westy, who's got plenty of support in the crowd. He's the only person left here tonight on the stage who has been here before on a Champions Night because Sykes is gone.
Yes, I think we've seen a photo of Adam Lipscomb there, the influencer.
$93.
There he is, the big baby at the front there. One of the most popular dart players in the Portsmouth area. Well, this is a game of patience for West, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good word. Because I think there'll be a little bit of frustration in saying that he ain't producing his best, but his second best is good enough to get through by the looks of things. Potentially looking good for a 3-0 lead here. 80 points behind here is Derek. Something needs to happen to this man. A 3-1 up in that opening game. It's all gone pear-shaped.
It really has. The coolness has gone. The accuracy is starting to fail. And his opponents are starting to pick him apart.
123.
150 left. And Coulson is chasing 100% of the time right now. This is a very uncomfortable situation for Derek.
100. Steve, you require 150.
Such a strange situation as well for Derek, considering
60.
he had darts to qualify. Not just to win his first game. He had darts to be in the semi-finals with a game to spare. And now look at his predicament.
65.
Yeah, it's not pretty right
Steve,
now.
you require 90.
Steve West persevered with that 20 bed there, knowing that he's going to get at least a dart of the bullseye. Is it a safe second? It's aggressive and it's double five.
80. Derek, you require 120.
Needs must, Derek. And you must not lose your line.
I don't think he heard you there, Paul, but that's the one thing on the 120. Just go above the treble, if
82.
anything. Go fat
Steve, you
20.
require 10.
When you go aggressive, that drift seems to happen when you're down. And it could be 3-0 if this double five goes in. It is 3-0 Steve West.
Leg, Steve West.
Obligatory fist pump to go with it. He's one away.
That's a big dart for two reasons. One, to win the
Fourth
leg.
It's Steve to throw first.
But the secondary thing is, Steve West is
Game
now
on.
guaranteed at least a 9-dart shootout. And a bucket full of chances to get it done, to win the group. And if he wins another leg and wins the group, he will take on Jimmy Van Schie in the second semi-final. The juices are flowing now. And the West clan at the back right-hand side of the hall, they're starting to believe that Steve is going to a second semi-final on a Champions Night.
60.
Yeah, much better rhythm there from Steve. A bit more pace coming into the game as well, which is a usual case when a player's finding a bit of confidence. He's still looking around there. I still think he'll only give himself a B- for these two
60.
performances, but he's down to the last four is the way he should be looking at it. And that's when he'll want to produce darts like this.
100.
This is a great leg. Under this much pressure, in this kind of match, looking to get the job done, leaving 161 after 9 is world class.
95.
Derek has
Steve, you require
been behind in every leg.
161.
Yes, he's been clearly affected from that defeat to Marvin Van Velzen.
65.
I like that dart. These are two dart for Steve West. Everything is going well. He's looking around. He looks confident for the first time. And Derek, we said he was cool, calm, and Coulson.
55.
Not anymore.
Steve, you require 96.
Derek has not had a dart at a double in the match. Steve's had plenty. He only needs one more.
60.
He needs another visit.
Yeah, just around about the 90 average is solid. It's been enough. I think when Steve West goes back, though, he'll start planning his attack. He needs a big 100 average. Has he got it in him? Right now, Derek Coulson is just...
45.
Yeah.
Steve, you require
Hopefully he sees the
36.
positives from this, but it just hasn't been since that 3-1 lead in the second game. This for victory.
No score.
Match darts have been missed.
Derek, you require
4 of them.
146.
Steve just did the right thing by busting the entire score to go back to where he was. And he's going to go back to double 18. And he's shaking his head in the background. Now, it's all about positive self-talk.
Steve, you
If he
require
feels negative, he won't
36.
hit this. If he's positive, he will. He has hit it.
On the mark,
And he wins the
Steve
game by
West.
4 legs to 0. Not just that, he wins his group for the second time on a Champions Night. And the last time he did that, in series number 4, he went on to the semi-finals and did not make the final. He's looking to go one better. And with that 83.5 average, it wasn't a classic game, but Steve West will not care, and neither will Marvin Van Velzen, who is going to take on Connor Scutt in the first semi-final. Get ready, everybody. Get settled. The semi-finals are coming right at you.
thinking, hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Schie. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Yeah, match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosch.
Pie face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Well, he keeps doing it, doesn't he? Steve West, and this love affair with the Modus Super Series just seems to continue. And that was emphatic because I have to say, when I was listening to you and Glenn at the end of his first game, although he won it, you both seemed to have a sense he was struggling. No sign of it in game 2.
Yeah, not struggling. If anything, as that game was progressing, he was getting better, which is a very, very good thing considering he's got at least another game to go. But I think Derek, in that second game, he was feeling the effects of losing the first game. Great experience for Derek, but he will be livid at the fact that he had qualification shots in the first game and he ended up not getting to the semi-finals.
Yeah, give us a word on Derek Coulson because he's been a fantastic participant here at the Super Series. What a week it's been for him, but weird, isn't it? 3-1 up, one more leg and he's through. He ends up going out.
It's a ruthless format. He will leave this place tonight a proud man. And we all know how dangerous he is now. And everybody who goes to seniors darts in the next 6 to 12 months, they know exactly what Derek Coulson can do. He can no longer go under the radar. Everybody knows who he is. So good luck to Derek in what he does next. But unfortunately, tonight wasn't his night.
Right, you may have noticed we've not got a trophy up here anymore. That's because it's getting closer to whoever's going to be lifting it at the end of the evening. It's on the stage, and so are Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. This is what they're playing for a little bit later on this evening. Glenn Durrant, this is the first time you've seen one of these for a while, isn't it?
It's better to be a has-been than a no-been, Henry.
Let's talk about what we have seen this evening. And I just want to quickly talk about Connor Scutt. He went into this evening, like the beginning of the week, the big bookmaker's favourite. We asked that question again, how is he going to handle that pressure? Well, pressure is the tires, isn't it?
Yeah, when the expectation's there, when you're a big favourite to win it, it can have an effect sometimes, but he's been so cool, he's been so calm. I mean, a 4-0 opening victory really does help as well, but Connor Scutt's been very impressive.
So Connor Scutt into the semi-finals. The bookmakers' favourite is there. Let's just quickly talk about Steve West. Paul Nicholson alluded to it in the studio. We spoke earlier on about your Lakeside campaigns, and in particular that one you won in 2017 against Paul Hogan, where Hogan, of course, missed that dart, and you went on to win that game and win the title. When you dodge that bullet and you have that life, how do you feel?
you feel that maybe that the competition could be yours. But I think what the main narrative is the fact that something that Paul did allude to up there, he hasn't played well today, but he's getting better. Does he peak at the semi-final and the final? That's more the question for me for Steve West.
He's played in the semi-final before. He lost that semi-final to Colin Osborne. The fact that he's had that experience, he was 3-2 in that game against Colin as well. The fact that he's had that experience before, does that serve in his favour?
Yeah, I think experience is underrated in darts. I think it's really important. He's a big character as Steve West, but he is up against Jimmy Vansky. Steve West can be affected by the crowd at times. It's going to be loud in here. It's getting louder for Jimmy's fans as well. I'll be keeping my eye on that.
Let's talk about Jimmy. Didn't get off to the perfect start against Connor Scutt, but what do you see in that second performance against Tom Sykes that you were so pleased with?
Yeah, it's resilience. It's bounce back, because he'll have gone back at 4-0 down. I'm out. You know, I can't get through after losing 4-0. Things happen. It would be a great story. And with these guys behind him, it would be, like I say, it would be a fantastic conclusion. Jimmy Vansky has been an absolute credit to the Modus Super Series. He's doing it for himself, but he's doing it for this crowd as well.
And under pressure, I mean, we're having a look at that 100 now. The fact he goes 5 first dart, hits a triple. What are you feeling when you got that one dart at double 19?
Well, you're frustrated at hitting the 5 first of all, but you do know on 95, you're down at that section of the board. The treble 19 goes in. He's got that as a marker as well, and Bosch, that double 19 goes in, and the story starts at Vansky.
Well, we can hear his fan club in full voice. They're full of beans. How does his semi-final opponent silence him? How do they try and keep them quiet, like Connor did?
It's going to be interesting, because Steve West can get affected by noise in the crowd. So it really is all about Steve West to me. If he keeps it within himself, he can still win this game against. He's got the CV, he's got the history here. But there's just something about the story of Jimmy Vansky here at the Modus Super Series.
And just quickly a word on our other semi-final.
Connor Scutt has just been absolutely outstanding. It was a strange old group too. He'll fancy his chances in that one. Scutt all the way, but it was the final I called. You know, Van Velzen, Connor Scutt, but Connor Scutt's looked the business.
Well, it is hitting fever pitch levels down here at the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. Jimmy Vansky is not just big in stature, he's big in terms of support tonight, Chris.
Certainly is, yeah, and they've got what they wanted with Jimmy being through to the semi-finals. Let's just dissect what has happened this evening and preview the two semi-finals. As a result of the way the matches went, we're going to see Scutt take on Van Velzen in the first, Steve West take on Vansky in the second. Look, it was looking like both Dutchmen were going out. They could now meet in the final.
And there's only been one Dutch player in a final of a Modus Super Series, and that was Marino Michaels just a few series ago, and he got absolutely destroyed in the final by Chucky. But the Netherlands, we've said it all week, because of Jimmy and because of Marvin, it's such a huge darting country, but the fact that they've only had one person make it to the championship game in the last couple of years is a huge surprise. Other Dutch players have been to Champions Night, but they haven't succeeded. And you're right, the succession tonight could be because Jimmy and Marvin could both make the final, and that would make really big headlines in the Netherlands.
But they're both playing players that have won both of their matches to win their groups. Who's got the toughest task out of the two Dutchmen?
I think it's definitely got to be Marvin. Connor is looking as confident as he ever has been, and that's saying something, because he's shown a great deal of confidence wherever he's played in the last 3 or 4 years. He's definitely bubbling up to something. Is it going to be the title tonight? He's going to take some stopping, and I'm with Glenn. I think that game is all about Connor. Marvin has got an awful lot to do, especially when he's against the throw.
Yeah, and they just mentioned it actually downstairs. Glenn said about Steve West, might not like the audience being not against him, but for the other player. It hasn't really affected him. We saw him take a moment earlier, but that was so that he could give himself the best of order. Does he need to kind of remember where he started a few weeks ago? This was all free rolling, anything's a bonus, and not get too engrossed in the atmosphere tonight?
Yes and no. I'm going to say yes, because he does have the perspective of coming here in week 11, and potentially he was never going to make a Champions Week anyway. He has done it. But my biggest advice to Steve right now, and someone from his family or friends right now should say this to him right now: accept it. The noise is going to come. It's not personal. Just accept that they want Jimmy to win. It's not against you, it's for Jimmy. Just go up there, accept it, and move on and do your best.
Yeah, and they would add their name, whoever wins tonight, to a real list, an exclusive list of players. This is the Roll of Honour. Conan Whitehead, obviously the first winner. Andreas Harrison, the most recent and memorable night. But to have your name on something that Luke Littler has won twice, knowing what he's gone on to achieve in his still fledgling career, it is an honour, isn't it?
Of course it is. And the longer we play this competition, the more prestigious it will get. And we are grateful for the likes of Whitehead, Smith, Littler and the others for putting their name on the trophy and creating these stories. And they want their own little highlights package for when they come back as defending champion in Series 9, before Christmas as well. There's the possibility for somebody tonight, not only to win tonight, but to win twice before Christmas. That would be an unbelievable year, but we'll get to that. Let's focus on the first one.
Right, let's get the semis underway, shall we? The first one is going to be Conor Scutt against Marvin van Velzen. Then we're going to see Steve West take on the other Dutchman in Jimmy van Schie. And then the final for £25,000. 3 games left. Here's the first semi.
You'll look back, you'll self-reflect. You've just been up against someone in Conor Scutt who's an exceptional player. Because Marvin's won the match by winning the last 3 legs.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge. What's the semi-final time of the Champions Night 8th? Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the sniper, Conor Scutt! Please welcome the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen!
The Marvin Army in full voice here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Peculiar that the two Dutchmen are the most popular players here in Pompey, but Conor Scutt has got some support as well, and he has been the standout player of the week. He was a favourite to win Champions Week before a dart was thrown, and in fact, this was the very first match of this Champions Week. It went the way of Van Velzen, who won it 4-3, but he's been stung by Scutt since. Their other 2 meetings in Group A saw Scutt beat him 4-1 on Tuesday and then 4-0 when the pair went head-to-head on Wednesday. Scutt then has had a couple of days to prepare for Champions Night. Meanwhile, Marvin was navigating his way through Group B. But one more game to get to the final, the big money match. Remember, £25,000 on the line, the Roll of Honour here at the Super Series, and the chance to lift that trophy at the end of the evening. It's getting close, the climax is coming, and Paul Nicholson and Glenn Durrant will guide you through every single dart.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on!
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Jack, our referee, throughout the course of the night. So, it is set. The winner of Super Series number 8 will come from week number 8, week number 4, week number 11, or week number 10. 3 of the 4 left are from the second half, and predominantly the winners come from the second half. So, semi-final number 1, involving Conor Scutt, who's averaging 94.05 for the night and 94 for the week. But Glenn, he is over 50% on the doubles for the night. It's knockout darts. This is big money darts in Portsmouth now.
Yeah, I've looked at every statistic with you there, Paul, but one thing that's resonating with me right now is how comfortable Marvin's looking. We talked about the Dutch delight and the crowd behind them. I think the Dutchies an hour ago thought they were both out.
57.
And here they are, battling, and Marvin looks very, very comfortable. He looks the player that's demolishing every play. You can see Connor just chatting away
60.
to himself.
Marvin, you require
Marvin van Velzen
164.
could surprise Connor Scutt in this game, because this is the most relaxed I've seen him tonight.
60.
Steady, but is steady good enough at this stage? We're still best of 7 legs, of course. We will be for the rest of the night. There's only
140.
3 games
Marvin,
to
you
go
require
in the entire
104.
series. This is where your legacy can change.
And these are the types of finishes. Treble 17 needed and hit double 16.
72. Connor, you require
You cannot
48.
afford to give Connor shots. He's 8 from 14 for the night. He does miss.
40. Marvin, you
You
require
could see him
32.
breathing on that last dart. You could just see him just getting everything right. The tension is real. Little nudder. That's where the family come into it.
Game's on
And
the
Marvin
first
van
leg.
Velzen.
Marvin van
Break of
Velzen.
throw as well. The Marvin army are all stood up. Good moments of Marvin.
Second leg, it's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
Chris Murphy made a very salient point about the Dutch players having the majority of the support here in Portsmouth. What do you make of that, Glenn?
Yeah, they've created a wonderful atmosphere, not only just tonight, but also when they came through their Champions Weeks. The Jimmy Van Schie crowd was sensational. I think they've been very, very respectful tonight, Jimmy.
100.
Be interesting now, though, as we come to the conclusion of the night, and also that Steve West, who can get affected. But Marvin, what's not to like? I mean, they've travelled over from Holland to see him. His brother's in the
95.
audience. And with darts like this, he's just getting better and better tonight. And for the first time, Paul, worrying moments for the big favourite.
60.
That's Connor Scutt's corner. And for the first time tonight, they look a little bit pensive.
100.
And they don't like the look of that. Forceful darts from Marvin. That's how he throws them. And the demeanour
140.
of Scutt has changed somewhat from his previous game to this one.
Yeah, he knows it's game on. I'm waiting for that massive tournament win for Connor Scutt.
60.
Yes, he's won Challenge Tours. He's even won on the WDF circuit as well, the Denmark Open. But I'm waiting to see him really do some damage.
44.
He's been fantastic on some of the Players' Championships, but he's up against it right here. Van Velzen will start in the 19s.
He doesn't get the requisite amount of 19s that he needed for a shot at the
Connor, you
bullseye.
require 157.
For a quick turnaround, Connor needs to dip his bread. And it doesn't seem as likely in this game as earlier. Even some of his
52.
bad games
Marvin,
this
you
week,
require 68.
he's performed pretty well. But this one feels a little bit worrying.
I love the fact he's looking at his family. But this is what happens to you when things aren't going your way. Now, it was them
28.
type of tops that Connor
Connor, you
Scutt's been
require
hitting against others.
105.
Marvin's missed an opportunity there. Can Scutt bounce back?
He can't leave the double that got him through to Champions Week.
87. Marvin, you require
But
40.
Marvin on tops to double his lead. This is what's called a consolidation chance. You break, but it's only a break if you hold next. He does hold.
On his second leg. Marvin
He's
van
halfway
Velzen.
to the final. And if he gets another 2 legs, he's going to be the second Dutch player to make a
leg, it's
final
Connor to throw
in
first.
Champions Week in
Game
Portsmouth,
on.
behind Marino Michaels, who didn't get a leg in the final against Chucky.
100.
Yeah, it's Marvin Haymaker at the moment.
If you look at the record of the finals over the last 7 series, England has had 9
140.
finalists. All of the other nations that have been represented in finals have only ever had 1 person do that.
57.
Sweden, the Netherlands, Canada, Scotland, Australia. They've all got one participant in a series final. England has had 8. That might be about to change, especially with darts like that.
Well, I was asked the question at the beginning of the night, who would win it? When we did our chat between us, I said Connor Scutt. But when I was put on the spot right at the end, there's just something about the relationship I seem to have with this microphone in my hand, with this Marvin van Velzen. I thought this was going to be the final. They're playing darts like it should be the final. And the Dutchman is doing a demolition job.
Well, the person in the crowd there that was really liking that shot, I concur.
100. Marvin, you require
What a leg
40.
this is from Marvin. This is to break again.
Wow. On a third leg, Marvin van Velzen.
The odds state that we do not get a better leg than that tonight. That
fourth leg is
as
Marvin
good
to
as
throw
it has
first.
been this week.
Game
10
on.
darter for the second break, and Marvin is throwing for the final.
Before a dart was thrown in this game, they just sensed something at that walk on that Marvin van Velzen fancied the
57.
job. That goes back to the fact that he was out. He was out of the competition. He lost his opening game. He's 3-1 down to an inspired Derek Coulson.
100.
Somehow finds his way. But Connor Scutt came into this competition as a favourite, a big favourite to win a big tournament. And he won't go down, Paul, without a fight.
We have had favourites
140.
win on a Saturday night before. Raymond Smith was the favourite at the very start of series number 2. He was the last player standing. Littler was the favourite, pretty much, when we got used to him being here. But at the minute, with a 3-0 lead, Marvin is trying to keep Luke Littler as the only person to have won this title after winning Group A in Champions League.
Step by step for Connor Scutt right now. He has to break Marvin a couple of times in this game. And he has a chance. He has a chance to
55.
reduce the deficit
Connor, you
here.
require 51.
51 points away. His doubles have been brilliant going into this match. Especially with double 10. But it was double 6 that he hit in that first leg going for
Marvin,
double
you
10.
require 149.
Things just going awry. And for the first time we can say this for the match. And this be first player through to the final. And it's on.
99.
It was.
Connor, you required
And
20.
everybody held their breath, including Marvin. Double 5. He saves
on the
it.
fourth leg,
And he's not
Connor
done yet.
Paul, I always think, when I think of Connor Scutt, he's a really good front
Fifth
runner.
flag, it's Connor to throw
He's put
first.
some incredible
Game on.
averages together, at the Modus Super Series, away from the Modus Super Series. What it would do for him to come back in this match from 3-0 could last for a
96.
long, long time as well. Because then you're talking about fight and tenacity and grit, something that you don't always associate with Connor Scutt. He's still in this game. If he can just hold his throw
93.
here, 3-2 looks a hell of a lot different to 3-0.
Things are starting to click.
140.
Marvin's had a roller coaster ride tonight. If you're just joining us, Marvin lost 4-3 to Steve West. At times, it was a
58.
very, very nervy game. It was a game that Marvin should have won. He didn't. And then he did win a game that he probably should have lost against Coulson. Now this is a game
134.
that he would think he should win, but he could still lose it.
Yeah, this is very much game on. And for the first time, Marvin, the smile is gone. Now, I'm
58.
telling you
Connor,
right
you
now,
require
Marvin van Velzen has put this leg to
131.
bed. He's already thinking of the next leg where he would have the darts.
52.
Yeah, I like that play. Gets himself under 80. So what he can do is hit 2 singles to leave an outer ring double.
100. Connor,
He's
you
taking the
require
bullseye out of
79.
play.
Yeah, he's very good at managing the board. But that's a strange way. The only reason I think he's gone that is because his opponent's on 192. his guess he's left himself a double. If you'd have offered him that to begin the leg, I'll take it. But that was a little bit... The decision maker wasn't where I thought it was going to be.
I think the board management there was all about, if I get treble 19, I don't want to go inside and get myself on a small double. At least this way, he's going at a primary shot. But I stress,
40.
don't miss.
Game shot of
And as soon as I stop
Scutt.
talking, he hits. And he's still here. Connor Scutt is not done yet, and if he wins leg
flag.
6,
It's Marvin to
he
the
will
right
become
first.
favourite for the
Game
semi-final
on.
once again.
Yeah, we've got the Jimmy Van Schie Barmy Army, haven't we? We've got the Marvin screaming and shouting, but there's just 3 people sat in the corner there of
100.
Connor Scutt. There's no great deal of noise coming. It's just nodding of the head. It's just self-assurance. Just a little reminder to them.
100.
Remember, watch the little nod of the head from them there. That's the support you need.
Yeah, but did you see the puff of the cheeks there from one of the supporters? This is stressful to watch, but brilliant
177.
for the Marvin Army.
You literally could see the colour drain out of Connor Scutt as
57.
Marvin Mavez belted out that 177. And he bellowed just to let his opponent know 100 ahead plus ease. It's Marvin's to lose from here.
57.
Connor has left a number that can yield a finish if he maxes. There you go. And that's why you leave 344 instead of
Marvin, you
343.
require 167.
He knows that. The board management is perfect. And this game is game on.
What a conclusion. The trebles are going dry for Van
58.
Velzen at the worst
Connor, you require
possible time.
164.
He had this match in the grasp of his hands. That 180 from Scutt. Can he leave it pretty? He needs a treble.
60. Marvin, you require 109.
Who gets a shot at a double first? It should be Marvin.
69.
That was a dart to make the final.
Connor, you require 104.
Scott now needs to reach deep.
All the success Connor has had over the past few months, but this is one of his biggest finishes of his life. He needs 85 points. He can't do it. Van Velzen looks so solid
52.
on top for
Marvin,
the
you
match.
require 40.
To knock out the favourite and to become the second Dutch player to make a Super Series final. He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen, the general of the Marvin Army, is through to the championship game. And there's still a possibility that he could take on his countryman Jimmy Van Schie in the final. We'll find out who wins between Van Schie and West next, but that's what you've just seen. Connor Scutt, a second time tonight he's averaged 91. The first time it was good enough to beat a Dutchman 4-0. This time it wasn't good enough to get the 4 legs he needed. And the favourite is gone. And Marvin is still alive. Somehow. What a night he's had. We'll debrief when we come back. Take that in. We'll come back with the second semi-final after this.
Hello again, welcome back to Champions Night here at the Modus Super Series. Plenty more darting drama on the way, and we've had lots of it already tonight. Here is a reminder of what's happened so far on this Series 8 Champions Night. Connor Scutt got off to the perfect start, 4-0 against Jimmy Van Schie. Went on to win his second group game, but we've just seen Scutt eliminated at the hands of Marvin van Velzen, who lost his first game of the night, 4-3, but then managed to beat Derek Coulson 4-3. And Steve West also going through from that group. He's going to take on Jimmy Van Schie in the second semi-final. And we've got a special guest to talk to now, a big friend of Steve West, actually, and a winner in this series, a participant at Champions Week, Thomas Banks, on stage with Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. It wasn't quite to be for Thomas Banks this week, missing out on Champions Night, but he is with us on this Saturday evening. First of all, Thomas, it's a bit cruel that we've put you on the stage this evening. Does it feel a little bit of what could have been?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the darts didn't go this week, and that tells a story. Darts go some weeks, it doesn't other weeks, so just try not to dwell on it and just try my best next time.
What did you learn? What lessons can you take from this week?
Well, I know I can mix it with the likes of Connor, Jimmy, Steve, but it just didn't happen this week. And I know next time I might bring my A game, but it's a mystery next time. So you just have to keep cracking on in practice and hopefully get back to Champions Week.
And is that the key for you, the fact that this isn't the end destination, this is just the beginning of the journey, and that actually just playing this week, you can just take positives from that and just move it forward?
100%. I think Steve said in his interview at one of the exhibitions, he said, you don't have to be like Luke Lillo, you don't have to do it now. You take it in steps and you get better and better, and that's all I want to do, basically.
As much as Luke's done a lot of good for the sport, it's fantastic what he's done the last 8 months or so. For players like yourself that are a similar age and similar ability to Luke, does that put an extra bit of pressure on?
Not really. I feel like I've been in Luke's shadow as such, or whatever you want to call it. But I've been away from the news, I've been away from the pressure, and I can just crack on and play my darts. And the first bit of news I got was when I won this. I ended up on the Sun somehow, so it's just, I'd rather be away from it. I know what it does to people, and I'd rather be the same person I am away from it than what I could be in the limelight as such.
Let's talk about that win you had in week 9, beat Conor Heenahan in the final. Now, it was a big crowd just like this the week that you won it. How much did you embrace and enjoy the environment that built up here for you?
You know what, it was brilliant. I played Conor at the UK Open and I beat him there, and I knew if I got to Saturday night, I had a good chance of beating him because I like playing in front of a crowd and that's where I thrive. So playing in a venue like this, it's an excellent venue, but when there's no people in it, you can hear a pin drop. And one little thing, like even like taking a darts out of the ball and the flights like clatter together, you can hear it and it does put you off. But playing in front of a crowd, little noises when it's silent puts you off. But when you're in the zone, it don't matter. You can just play your game and just enjoy it.
Just quickly, we're going to see Steve West in the second semi-final. Now, you've been in Camp West over the course of the day. How has he been feeling in preparation for these finals?
No, we went out for breakfast and he just seemed the same Westy as I always see him, just up for it and just ready to play darts.
Well, Thomas, well done on getting to Champions League. I'm sure we're going to see you again. Great to see you tonight. Well, Steve West in action in our second semi-final against Jimmy Van Schie, where this place might get a little bit noisier in a few moments' time, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. It may well do. And look, again, the Dutchman is going to be the one that has the most support, Paul. Just very quickly before we talk about that, Connor Scutt has gone. What a campaign it's been. Are you shocked to have seen Marvin van Velzen knock him out?
I am, actually. I think the way that Connor started the game, he just started too slowly and gave himself a little bit too much to do. If he makes it 1-1 or he's 2-1 down and just starting to thrive at that point, it just felt like he was chasing a little bit too late. And I'm sure a lot of people who admire Connor, like we do here at the Modus Super Series, were surprised to see him lose in the semi-final, but sometimes that will fuel a fire for something else. And I'm sure whoever he plays next, you don't want to be that person.
I had a very quick word on who he will play next. Van Schie about to take on Steve West. Which way do you see this one going?
I think Jimmy comes in to this game as the favourite, even though he hasn't got the darts. I'm going to be honest about that, because I think the way he played in his second game, he's starting to show that Saturday form again, isn't he? Because when he comes to Saturday, he seems to find what he needs to find. maybe a little bit later tonight than some previous campaigns, but now that he's got it, Steve West is going to need to ignore the noise. He's going to need to be in his own bubble. He'll want to make the final to play against Marvin, but if he's going to win this title, Steve West, he's going to have to go through 2 Dutch players with the biggest noise out there. It's going to be tough, and it might even be an all-Dutch final.
Yep, certainly could be. The second semi is about to get underway. It's Steve West against Jimmy Van Schie.
He has hit it, and he wins the game by 4 legs to 0. Listen to that.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge. Well, it's Champions Night here at the 8th Modus Super Series, and let's welcome our second set of semi-finalists. First of all, simply Steve West. Please welcome the Dutch Sequoia. He is Jimmy Van Schie.
Yeah, they do love him here at the Super Series in Portsmouth, don't they? Jimmy Van Schie getting the bulk of the audience. Steve West having a little search for his own fans here and having a little chat with the crowd, silencing the orchestra. Well, that's an interesting play, isn't it, from Steve West? Maybe just trying to keep them quiet before the game. The games start before the darts are thrown. The crowd in good voice, many of them in support of the big Dutchman, Jimmy Van Schie. West and Van Schie, of course, have been in different groups all week, so the first Champions Week meeting for the pair. But how good was Steve West in his group, winning both of his games, and as the boys in the commentary box said, seemed to be getting better as the group stages went on. A 4-0 win sealed his spot in the semis. As for Van Schie, he had to do it the other way around. A great escape pulled off, and now he's hoping to try and seal an all-Dutch final with Marvin van Velzen. Can Jimmy Van Schie be head and shoulders above the West? Let's find out in the company of Glenn Durrant and Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And what an interesting verbal exchange that was. I think Steve spoke to those guys in your picture there and asked for a bit of silence. Well, I think I'm confident enough to say to Steve that ain't going to happen.
First leg,
and I think it's a really
first. Game on!
I think it's a really important narrative, Paul, in this match where it might not be decided actually on the dartboard. I'm interested to see how Steve reacts. But what I would say, the Jimmy Van Schie Barmy Army have been absolutely quiet as a mouse when the players are throwing darts.
That's the key. Support them as much as you want, but when they're throwing, best of order.
97.
That's the intricate nature and the intimate nature of this place. And they both know that if they win, they'll take on Marvin in the final. He's already set the tone by being the second Dutch player into a Super Series final.
54.
Are we about to get a third? Or is it going to be a 10th English player to make the championship match?
Well, only 6 darts thrown each, but I like the look of Steve West. I wasn't saying that in the opening game this night, despite the fact he won. I wasn't saying it for a couple of legs in his second game, despite the fact he won.
99.
He seems to be peaking at the right time. This is the best I've seen from Steve tonight.
I have to agree.
129.
Just a little bit too good on that last dart.
Yeah, why does that happen? Jimmy still in the practice area, but gets him down to a finish.
35.
What finish? Normally predominantly likes tops, so he's sticking to double 10. This can get nasty.
25.
Could get very nasty in a second.
Jimmy, you require 150.
Still got the biggest finish of the week. He's also got the biggest average of the night in his second game.
90.
The warning
Stevie requires
to West
10.
is such that if he misses this, Jimmy will pounce. It's going to be ones.
8.
Fine
Jimmy
margins.
requires 60.
In a leg that Steve West dominated. But if Jimmy can stay straight, he's got 2 darts for the opening leg of this match. Big dart.
20.
They're both at the top of the
Stevie
board.
required 2.
But very different predicaments. What a marker that is.
Game shot of first leg.
He didn't really
Steve
need it.
West.
But for the night, it's really interesting that West
Second leg.
is
It's Jimmy
doubling
to throw
tonight
first.
pretty much the same as he
Game
has
on.
all week in the high 20%. He's 27% for the night. His average is a good 8 points behind that of Jimmy Van Schie,
97.
but we could go into his numbers, Glenn. But the fact of the matter is, we're looking at his second game in solitude, because the first
59.
game didn't really mean anything. He didn't even get a dart at a double.
I just think there's still another couple of gears to come from Steve West. It could be one of the most bizarre finals night that we have,
97.
because we could have a player lifting the title who's not at his best this week. And that's been the case. You can see Steve's almost shaking his head of, how am I winning these legs?
60.
All week long, we've talked about how Group C has stood up. 6 players qualified for this week via playing Group C in their
60.
respective weeks. Jimmy is a Group C representative this week. The other 2 are Group B combatants.
100.
Yeah, great crowd. Like I said, when they do shouting the will here.
180.
There's a bit of a delayed reaction there from the massive.
Yeah, the acoustics in this building as well. It just reverberates around the
40.
arena enough to lift Jimmy.
requires 67.
He's looking good for 1-1.
He is now. And he is
Shot of
1-1
second
now.
leg, Jimmy Van Schie.
It's now an
Third leg,
old-fashioned
it's Steve
set.
to throw first.
Best of 5 legs.
Game on.
Earlier tonight, I was looking at
57.
all 6 players and their biggest cashes in darts. Steve West, even if he wins tonight, it will not be his biggest paycheck in his career. But for the other 2, they're already on their
84.
biggest check of their career. That's more like it.
108.
If there's a bit of that in this match, West might stretch his legs.
That might hurt him, by the way. But he does thrive when
60.
challenged, Steve West. Part of me's thinking, yes, we're talking about the fact he ain't playing his best darts, but it's been enough. But when he's often challenged, he then produces darts like this. So maybe the
140.
worry's not there. Maybe he's wanting Jimmy to start hitting a couple of big scores so West can respond.
97.
So far, having the throw
Stevie require
in this second
124.
semi-final, it's giving us strength from the person who throws first.
56.
Yeah, you feel like the shadow boxing each other for a couple of legs here so far. Jimmy needs a maximum. Certainly needs at least a treble. There's one. Can he squeeze another one in?
100.
Not quite.
Stevie requires
Now,
68.
is it a blessing that West left 68 instead of 32? Because this way, he can leave tops. There it is.
On the third leg, Steve West.
And we haven't seen that all week.
Fourth leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
Yeah, it's a fabulous feeling
Game
when
on.
you're up there. And like I said, surprisingly, the nerves won't be too bad right now. You know, they're both settled into play and they're both into the rhythm right now. But when you're
97.
a match and a half away from the biggest prize in amateur darts right now. It's a beautiful feeling. Can you manage it?
64.
Can you do it against the darts in this match? Not the ideal start for West.
100.
And what he's proving here tonight is that you can win games of darts for grand sums of money to get into games like this, and you don't necessarily need
100.
a massive level. You just need to have good fighting qualities.
Yeah, social media today as Jimmy finds his treble 20 bet. There's so many Modus qualifiers planned for tomorrow. I know it's the Northeast one tomorrow, because they all have dreams and aspirations of being in the position that Steve and Jimmy are in right now.
97.
Marvin will be in a zone of his own. He'll be ready for the final. But this is warming up very nicely. Doesn't need to go treble 18. Does he go for the bull? Sensible.
92.
This one has got 4-3 written all over it. Unless there's a bit of a twist coming.
Jimmy requires 32.
All you can do in that circumstance. Make your opponent think. That's a nervy dart. That's wild.
And that is very smart. Stepping back because they were not very good at all.
16.
Now, we have to issue a tornado warning in Portsmouth because things are about to get very twisty. It looked like 2-2. Trusty tops again. And West is within one of the final.
Absolutely incredible.
Flag, it's Steve to
and
throw
so many
first.
players that are so many people are watching right now who never give up in a leg. I've often said tonight that you're already thinking of the next leg. Steve West, he's too long in the two for that. The 180 put all the pressure on Jimmy Van Schie.
140.
And this match has turned round. It's all about Steve West.
We mustn't forget the last time West was in a semi-final, he lost to Colin Osborne by 4 legs to 3.
131.
This is a position of strength.
Just dictating the pace now with Steve West. It's on his terms right now. What a stunner of a dart that first one was. He expected more to follow, but that will do.
That's the beautiful thing about hitting that first dart. You can throw a less good dart
80.
following it and still hit the 60. It's a 1 dart lead for West. Look at that. Great adjustment.
100.
He's a check out away from the final. The romance of Steve West winning this competition. He's talked about how down he's been with the way his PDC sort of finished. Had to have that major surgery on his hip. And here he is now, 136 points away from being in the final.
81.
What a story we could be having here.
136.
The Modus Super Series.
He's not going to hit 96 to leave tops.
98.
But what he is going to do is give himself a decision when he comes back. Is it going to be 14 for double 12?
58.
Or is it going to be something else?
38.
There it is. Double 12.
26.
Press pause on the final for now.
Jimmy, you require 151.
Yeah, great shout though, Nico. That's the route he likes to go on that 30. Now he's thinking, I should have gone direct for double 19. And Jimmy Van Schie's probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! He's decided to stop. It's a rise smile. What a finish! What a man!
Jimmy Van Schie.
What a response! And look what it means to his balmy army. Steve West, what are you thinking right now? What a finish, Paul.
Game on.
Coming into Saturday night, the finish of the week came from Neil Duff. He hit a 138 to win a match in Group C to stay alive. And he hit it in leg 7. I didn't think we'd see a better finish than that this week. we just have
43.
to save his skin one of the finishes that we've ever seen in Portsmouth. And that might be the difference between
81.
getting to the final and not. That was out of this world.
I wonder if Steve's going back to that match you alluded
60.
to with Colin Osborne. Remember, in that semi-final, he was leading Colin Osborne 3-2. He probably ain't thinking of anything. He's probably just thinking, if I get another chance, I'll take it.
96.
Because Jimmy has gone quiet since that 1-5-1. Scores of 43 and 60 for Jimmy. Is that the hangover from the 1-5-1? Or is he just waiting for a 2-treble visit?
98.
Is that enough?
And Steve's almost nicked the darts. But imagine the emotion of West. He's sitting on 12 points
100.
to go through to the final, and he sees that 1-5-1 plugged. That'd be like somebody nicking your wallet. You just have to accept it.
He looks calm, though.
100.
That's a real saviour again there from Jimmy, just to remind Stevie still, but the simple fact it's Steve who has controlled this leg until now. That's
42.
not what he needed.
Silence falls over the live lounge. They want to know what happens next.
Again, I don't hear bullseye, but that's what you call a treble. That's why I'm sat in the comms box. And Jimmy's up there. That's a stunning last start.
Can he leave 42?
100.
Certainly can, Paul.
And he really does want a shot at that.
103.
All he can do now is wait to see if Jimmy doubles down on ton plus finishes. Double 16. And it only just found the single.
It only did, but gives him time just to go back. Has it been a help? He stares at double 16. Steve can't look.
Absolutely
incredible, Jimmy Van Schie. Look what it means to them. 1-5-1 finish, 1-0-3 finish.
Steve to throw
That's
first.
what he's all about.
Game on.
Absolutely sublime, Jimmy.
If Jimmy goes on to win this semi-final,
97.
he will have won it for two reasons. One, because West did miss double 12 twice. And secondly, because he found finishes from the gods. And let's face it, he's tall enough to say hello to the gods.
140.
He's turning the screw as well. Steve West, though. Staying cool, staying calm.
108.
What a game.
Have it.
The averages are almost identical, but they mean nothing.
100.
That may be one of the best 180s that Steve West's ever hit.
But once again, Paul, that last start is a real saviour for Jimmy. He ain't giving up. He's 40 behind. That's what my concern was for Steve. Stay focused, Steve. It's going to happen in a venue like this. The excitement is reaching boiling point. Focus on that board, Steve.
Oh,
74.
yeah. A last start. Helper there for West. Leaves 150. Jimmy Van Schie. If he doesn't put himself in position here, he leaves himself vulnerable. But... oh, there it is. There's the miss. 6 starts from here. And West will make the final. Is that the mistake that gives Steve the invitation to the championship game?
He needs a treble, or you feel. The first start was a great marker.
60.
Is it enough? He'll feel he's going to get a dart at the bullseye for the match. And for Jimmy, what he'd give for a score of 138.
What about a 162?
I was thinking that also. Whatever it is, he's going to leave a finish.
90.
Down
Steve
to the wire.
90.
2 points between them. Steve West has double 15.
$60.
Missed
Jimmy, you
opportunity.
require 88.
And Jimmy Van Schie, he was 3-1 down in this game. Some monster finishes. The 1-5-1 will live in his memory. The the 103 with a double 16. And now he's got an opportunity. It's the 20 bet, and he's clean. It's double 14.
60.
Now Steve has a decision to make.
You require 30.
4 mismatched darts. What does he do? Double 5.
20.
And 5 is the number
Jimmy, you
that isn't
require
going to take him
28.
through. 28 for Van Schie will allow him to steal this semi-final and crush the dreams of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Schie who makes the final. It's going to be an all-Dutch final for the very first time here in Portsmouth. Marvin van Velzen will take on Jimmy Van Schie for the title. And Steve West, after everything he's been through, was so close to making it to the championship game. But Series 8 is not going to be his. These numbers from this game do not tell the story of the drama we've seen in the last 17 and a half minutes, because now we look forward to our final. The very last game of Series 8 will be between 2 young Dutchmen to be the very first Dutch Super Series champion.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is
Reece
that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
I think she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. If this would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
We are going Dutch here at the Modus Super Series. The final is set up at Champions Night of Series 8. Let's just reflect on what has happened tonight. Paul Nicholson alongside me, and the two Dutchmen winning their semi-finals. And you have to say, against the odds.
Against the darts as well. So apparently winning your group doesn't give you much of an advantage. But that's looking at it in a very short-sighted way. I think when you look at the way that the games progressed, it was all about how people started, but how people finished. And I know that two English players who have lost in the semi-finals are going to be very disappointed.
There were two really big moments for me. The first one, the 10 darter from Marvin van Velzen. To do it at that point of the night, what a leg that was.
Yeah, we haven't had a better leg this week numerically, but have we had a better leg for timing this week? It's debatable, but he's obviously got talent, Marvin. He's starting to find something at just the right time and knocking out Connor Scutt when he's been playing some of the best darts of his life. What more can you say about that young man? And now he's going to be up against his countryman in the final. And the treble 8 as well, what I will say is that he wasn't going for the treble 16 or the treble 8. He definitely wanted to leave double top. So going for the treble 8, it was one of the best darts he threw in that leg.
Speaking of good darts, big darts, Jimmy Van Schie looking like he's going to bow out, takes out that 151. What a moment that was. One of the iconic moments, you'd have to say, here at the Live Lounge. Up there with the 1-2-1 from Harrison.
Yes, very much so. And what a lot of people watching us tonight will possibly be thinking is, we're going to laud this finish and think maybe a little bit too with the recency bias. But think about what West is on. He's missed 2 match darts. That is one of the most impressive finishes I've ever seen, especially in this place. Because if he doesn't hit it, the likelihood is he loses. And then we start talking about West with a great semi-final, great opportunity to go and win the thing. And then he backs up that 151 with another ton plus checkout in the next leg. And now you've got to talk about Jimmy Van Schie in a very different light.
Yeah, a couple of Dutchmen in the final, which is minutes from getting underway. And Henry Deacon and Glenn are still downstairs, taking in the atmosphere.
Yes, it's building up to the final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 2 first-time major finalists going toe-to-toe in Marvin van Velzen and Jimmy Van Schie, a man who knows what it's like to win a few major finals in his time. Glenn Durrance alongside me. I want to take you back on a little bit of a trip down memory lane because you played Danny Noppert in the Lakeside final in 2017. For both of you, it was a first BDO World Championship final. What is it like? Does it change the dynamic, the fact that both players are going to be first time in this position?
It's different circumstances in the fact that the guys have had games played today and, they'll be really settled going into that one. So the way I see the way they're feeling now is the way I played my first World Masters finals against Larry Butler. Because Danny Noppert it was so difficult. You had all day to think about it. I think they'll be okay. I think they know each other well. I think both will fancy the chances. And I actually think backstage they'll feel like, they fancy their task to win the match.
The fact that both players also like the atmosphere, like the crowd, like to get involved in the game, will that actually settle them down?
I think so. Both of them play with adrenaline going through the body and they like the noise, they like the shouting. That's the type of personality these do. These had real heartbreak for Steve West going back there because the romance of him winning it was that there. But I just think he got niggled a little bit with the crowd. I don't think that'll happen in the final.
In terms of Jimmy, it's been a year filled with progression. Won his first ranking title in Romania. Then he came here, didn't qualify the first time, then made it through. Got to a Champions Week, didn't make the Champions Night. Has done here. He's won a Challenge Tour. He's ticking a lot of things off the list. But is this the ultimate one to tick off the list? Would this count as a major for him?
Oh, absolutely. This is, you try getting the mic off him at the end of it. It's going to be huge for the pair of them. Both of them got a real bright future. To see an all-Dutch final tonight, the way the crowd have taken to them as well, their personalities, their character. Both players lost their opening games tonight as well, which goes against the Modus Super Series, how to get through to and win a Saturday night as well. So it's a massive game coming up. 2 fantastic personalities, and may the best player win.
And just finally, in terms of it being 2 Dutch players, 2 representatives of ADC Europe as well, playing in this final, what does it say about the systems, the routes that are being put in place for players to play in this arena and to grow in this arena?
No, I think it's absolutely fantastic, and we talked a little bit out in commentary as well. It's all the Modus Super Series qualifiers locally in England, and then you see what's happened in, with Raymond Smith winning on here for the Oceanic region. So to see the Dutchies winning as well, it's going to be fantastic for the ADC Europe and fantastic for the Modus Super Series. Another wonderful story is minutes away.
And in a van, who wins?
I said Marvin van Velzen from the beginning. I said it when he won week 10. I said when I stood here at 7 o'clock, I said he would win it, so I'm not changing my mind now.
Well, Glenn, we'll let you race up to the commentary box. You can tell that the anticipation levels are really building downstairs here on stage at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Marvin van Velzen and Jimmy van Schie, the final. It's just a few moments away.
Cheers, Henry. Yeah, and I think it's worth picking up on that point, Paul, because it's not about what happened tonight. It's about all the work that's gone into getting here. And not only what they've done here, but Marvin van Velzen and Jimmy van Schie first came as qualifiers through that ADC Europe system.
That system has given us some great stories over the last 12 months. I remember when Adam Mould came here from ADC and he became a champion on a Saturday night at the expense of Ian Moss. And at that moment, we thought that that could be a bit of a watershed moment. And it just so happens that things have changed with the ADC over the last 18 months. Now we've got other things happening, like qualifiers from ADC Europe, both in the final now. And the way this is going to be felt moving forward probably won't be fully felt for another 6 months, because people, and Glenn was talking about this earlier in the semi-finals, people are going to qualifiers tomorrow to try and get here. This is proof that no matter where you are in Europe, there is a route for you to come here. And you might even make the final just like Jimmy and Marvin.
See you at a future Modus Super Series, but this is the final match of Series 8. And what a fantastic series it's been. Here are some of the highlights.
And he wrap it up in style. That's the way to do it in a match.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox! What a way to win a game! It doesn't get better than that.
He could, you know. He could, you know.
Yes! Grayson! Wow! Steve! Wow! The comeback is complete!
And the Modus Super Series Week 5 champion, Thomas Bang!
Andy Hamilton's missed 2. He thought he won it.
150's on 3 times.
124.
I don't see no lady.
Oh, wow.
Well for him, and just comes into them all. Oh, no, not again.
Switch.
No!
Oh.
That is the risk. Potato off the board.
1.
Full congratulations to Copa, and I think the rest of this game will be played in good spirit.
Vivere gets Tommy to throw first.
You can only laugh. There's one. Oh, Andreas.
Yeah, forgot about all the laughs as well as the incredible moments. A favourite of yours, Paul, in this series?
Yeah, I got a few. I loved Coxey's 9 dart. I think it was called brilliantly by Scott Mitchell. Really happy for Lee to get that moment for himself. Steve West winning a week, fantastic. But I'm going to have to go with the Barry Copeland, Alan Norris, on purpose missed fist pump. That was a great moment between two great players. And there was a story involved in that. And with Marvin van Velzen.
The greatest moment of the previous series, arguably, was the very last shot of it. We're about to play the big money match, a £25,000 game, the final of Series 8. Which way is it going?
Well, it's really, really hard to call. They're both just going to leave everything out there. I think throughout the course of this week, Marvin has managed his energy very, very well. That's why he's in the final. But now the time is to let everything out. And that's where things can get loud and very proud. If you ask me who's going to win it, I'm going to go for Jimmy, even though he hasn't got the darts. But I get the feeling that because of the brinkmanship and the way he was able to come through the semi-final, he'll feel like it's his.
Will it be joy for Jimmy or will it be Marvin's moment? The final is about to get underway.
He's made it! And Marvin van Velzen,
The 5-10 weekly champion. It's Jimmy van Schie who makes the final.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge. Well, this is it, the grand final of the 8th Modus Super Series, and we're ready, and our players are ready, and it's tungsten time! So please welcome our first finest. Please welcome the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen! Please welcome to the Sequoia. He is Jimmy Van Schie!
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I'm still on it, 'cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved by a champion.
And this is what it all comes down to. The final of Modus Super Series 8 is a battle between a Dutch darting duo. Marvin van Velzen about to face Jimmy Van Schie. And as we've just been talking about, their journeys have been similar, both coming through ADC European qualifiers for their opening appearances on the Super Series stage, then returning and getting closer and closer as it's gone on. Both here at a Champions Night for the first time, and both have had, well, adversity, Arrow's adversity to fight back from. Van Velzen having to come through that tough semi-final. Van Schie needing that big 1-5-1 finish to turn the tables on Steve West. But the two Netherlands natives are here. One of them will be £25,000 richer at the end of this game. The setting is the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and your commentary team once again are Paul Nicholson and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris, and super excited for two fantastic young players from Holland. Very similarities in their stories, how much they know of each other. It's hard to tell if you look at the back, but that's what they are playing for. That and £25,000 to set up their legacy here at the Modus Super Series in a competition that hasn't gone perfect for them. Both, as Chris alluded to, lost their opening games of the night. Both had very special moments. And the man coming to your picture, the 1-5-1 finish when he looked down and out, was a real highlight. And
108!
A decent start, Paul.
Doesn't get more decent than that. Well, think about the Dutch players that have walked into this building. None of them have won a series. Until now. Christian Kist, world champion. Jelle Klaassen, world champion. Wesley Plaisir, world master.
44.
There's 3 examples for you. None of them are going to do what these guys are doing tonight. Maybe they will in the future, but the first Dutch winner of a title here
140.
is going to be one of these guys.
Yeah, and I think both of them, I mean, the Jimmy Van Schie, 13 years ago he was doing really well in the boys' events, and I thought he was going to have a very bright future.
Marvin, you require 164.
Clearly took time away, but Marvin van Velzen, this Modus Super Series stage is really suiting him, and he's first down to a finish, but not really what
44.
he wanted. It's advantage Jimmy.
Jimmy, you require 137.
Is there anything he can't hit? Apparently a 137 can't be hit. Or maybe he's just waiting until he's 3-1 down.
59. Marvin, you require 120.
Best of 7 legs once again. One last time in Series 8.
Yeah, there seems to be more composure, doesn't there, with Marvin? It just takes his time on this 120. Can't find
60.
that treble that he needed.
Jimmy, you
And
require
on 78, Jimmy will expect the dart at tops. Or will he hit the treble 18, which is the target he's going for? Stay straight, and it is that tops.
43.
Wow, honestly.
Marvin, you require 60.
That was low and left. That was a wide. Marvin's trying to leave the same double. He gets a different
On the
result.
First leg, Marvin Van Velzen.
He won the darts, and he's used them very effectively after a little bit of a scare.
Second
Now,
leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
one thing that needs to
Game
be
on.
addressed is history. Look through the previous 7 series.
96.
On 6 occasions, the winner has come from Group 2. Marvin is from Group 2. And more often than not, the person who finishes second
100.
in Group 2 wins the title. It's happened 4 times. Marvin finished second.
I just think the belief is seeping out of Marvin at the moment, but Jimmy Van Schie's a scrapper. He's a fighter. Like I said, the crowd been very honest again in this game. I thought it was going to be quite explosive, but everyone's just sitting back and watching 2 young players giving it absolutely everything.
The one thing you're not going to get from Jimmy is panic.
162.
Look at that. How did he get that 3rd dart in there? It actually finished higher than the other 2.
When we talk about Modus Super Series legacy, we automatically think of Luke Littler.
23.
Well, he's just won his
Jimmy
game.
require
And he often does
143.
watch the Modus Super Series, and he'd be watching 2 who were trying to emulate what he did. Jimmy Van Schie's looking good to level up.
102.
Job well done. Good setup play.
Yeah, 66 points left and goes for Bull. 25 is not a bad player.
140.
41 gives you
Jimmy
options.
require 41.
And he might stay away from tops this time. He's going to go over the top like he did earlier on. And it's worked
On the
again.
second leg, Jimmy Van Schie.
He looks cool, doesn't he? Series 8 has not got
Third
many
leg,
darts
it's
left in
Marvin
it.
to throw first.
Remember the
Game
end
on.
of the last series? The best finish we've ever seen to finish a series. 121 from Andreas Harrison.
60.
And poor Cameron Crabtree was sitting on 4-4 for the title. And if it wasn't for that pesky bullseye, it would have been possibly another English winner.
140.
Well, tonight is really flip-flops. Players going 3-1 ahead and losing games. And this one, the tide's turning. Marvin he come out, he looked so solid, so good in that opening leg. He looked over to his
85.
Marvin army, just give him a little wink. But all of a sudden, it's Jimmy that's turned the screw. Remember, this is on the throw of Marvin Van Velzen. And Jimmy can't seem to miss that treble 20 bet at the moment.
94.
This is not just a battle of 2 Dutch players for the title. It's a battle of someone winning their week to get here this week from the first half
55.
and somebody from the second half.
Yeah, I'm looking at my website where I get all my numbers, all my stats, and I'm looking at a very young Marvin Van Velzen and a very, very young Jimmy Van
100.
Schie. It'll be boys to men. Whoever wins this one, their first reel, and it sets them up maybe to go to Q skill or give them all the confidence. I last saw Marvin Van Velzen at a European too, and he
96.
loved every second
Jimmy
of it.
require 167.
But it is advantage Jimmy.
60.
It is somewhat. He's a visit ahead. But Marvin has somewhat slowed down here in leg 3.
Yeah, he seems to be dictating that pace, doesn't he? May go the bullseye with the last.
99. Jimmy, you require 107.
Oh, this is chicken feed compared to some of the shots he's hit this week. 51 needed.
55.
These are the moments.
Marvin, you require 106.
If you can thrive in moments like this, it might be your night.
But they're the types of finishes that you
50.
practice, you replicate
Jimmy,
for
you
moments
require
like that.
52.
It hasn't happened for Marvin. And Jimmy, big number double. The times he's hit this finish in his life, this time he decides just to stand back, refresh. Little nod of the head, eyes on the prize.
He's not moving this time.
20.
I'm not going to say that he should have.
56.
He just missed the double. And things could swing back to Marvin now if he finds 56. Interestingly, Jimmy dodged tops in the last couple of legs. Marvin can't.
Game's on a third leg.
That's the biggest celebration we've seen from him all week. In fact, the biggest we've seen since he won his week
It's Jimmy to throw
in week
first.
10.
Game on.
That'll be a big adrenaline spike. How does he manage it? Look at him in the background, just trying to calm down for 2 or 3 seconds. That's very mature.
100.
No reaction there from Jimmy. When you're playing an opponent, your mind goes to someone like Gerwyn Price when they're screaming and shouting in front of you. I used to love it.
100.
Well, how's he going to manage that adrenaline going through his body? Well, he went, looked at the curtain, went through his same process, and smashes in a 180. And Jimmy says, take that.
Jimmy is almost impossible to get rid of.
60.
Tidy game.
Everybody's enthralled by this.
Yeah, it's a tidy game. The 180s are flowing nicely right now. Both players looking really confident. That trophy's on the left-hand side of that stage there. Sometimes you can just get a glimpse and realise what you're playing for. It was interesting to hear one of the players in Conor Scutt saying
100.
he'd rather have the trophy than the money.
81.
Let me tell you, the 25 grand prize, as Jimmy looks at this 81, he'll go on he should go on the 12s. That's confident for double 16.
Game's on a fourth leg. Jimmy Van Schie.
Here's a question for you. Does Jimmy Van Schie still believe?
Fifth leg. It's Marvin to throw
That is a
first.
silly question.
Game on.
Of course he does. Best of 3.
I think you're absolutely right, Paul. He just won't. He's like a little dog at the ankles, isn't he? He doesn't go anywhere. I think you're absolutely spot on with the analogy of how Jimmy Van Schie plays this game.
If Jimmy's a dog,
60.
he's a bit like a Cane Corso or a Great Dane, but he's a great Dutchman.
He's a big lad, isn't he? But he utilised it well. I like his throat.
59.
I like his fight, his tenacity, and look at the crowd. They're enthralled. They're engrossed. One moment it's Marvin, the next minute it's Jimmy.
Doesn't like the lie.
130.
As soon as that dart flattens out a little bit, he believes he can't hit that treble 20 without any other risk. I saw Jordan Matthews on our video package before this of comical moments of Series 8, and he had darts on the floor, and Jimmy wisely stayed away from that possibility.
Yes, it was a fantastic reel out of the funny moment. Nothing funny
58.
about the situation right now. Two young Dutch players just giving it absolutely everything. Who will be the first Dutchie to be a Modus Super Series champion? Like I say, it's going from one player to the next. I am none the wiser.
We're guaranteed to get at least 6 legs in this final.
140. Marvin, you require
The least popular result in finals is 4-2. We've only had that once, and that was when Littler beat Osborne. That's nice. That's even nicer. He needs one more leg to be champ.
Sixth leg. It's Jimmy to throw first.
If I had any advice
Game
on
on.
Marvin, he's looking over what... Yeah, he's just sort of saying he's very Dimitri Vandenberg. I like the when he just looks at the curtain and gets his thought process together.
58.
You train your mind for success. He's played this leg of darts in his mind 1,000 times. But now it's reality. And he's looking good at managing it as well. There's no real sign of nerves.
85.
You can get that wobble when you see the winning line.
He was on the move on dart 3 there, though. Is there another act of escapology on the cards from Jimmy?
What a night.
But not getting the darts in the practice room via the only bullseye shootout the entire week. Is that going to be the thing that costs Jimmy? He's averaging nearly 99 in this game.
96.
He's had 3 maximums. Marvin, a good 7 points behind All he's needed to do in this final is get a shot. He's 3 out of 3 on the doubles.
45. Jimmy, you require 167.
But he's not guaranteed a 4th dart to double if Jimmy keeps pulverizing that 60.
100.
That'll do.
Once again, that last dart. That's been a real highlight. Marvin could and should start downstairs on 271. He does that. He needs the treble up. And he would have gone up to the bullseye area then to leave a finish.
Jimmy,
it looks like
67.
we are going all the way.
Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are. One leg to see who the champ is. For the 2nd consecutive series, we go to leg 7. It was Raymond Smith that won 4-3 in Series 2 with a checkout of 96 to beat Matt Clark. And earlier this year, it was Andreas Harrison who beat Cameron Crabtree with the best finish ever seen here in Portsmouth. What will be the next chapter?
This is the moment you practice for. You can't replicate 59. It into practice. The adrenaline, your thought, your mind's going elsewhere. You're a leg away. It's advantage Van Velzen once again. 40 points ahead plus them. In a decided leg, Marvin Van Velzen. That is classy. That's the X factor.
Jimmy's probably thinking right now, I don't think I can catch him.
57.
We haven't had a break of throw in this final.
Now Marvin's just thinking, just one treble. Doesn't really want to fly around the dartboard to the 18s of the bullseyes. Doesn't need to. But you have to on that 85. Finish. Or treble 15 even, Paul.
I really, really like that. Because he knows if he hits the treble 15, his next visit, he'll want a ton. Doesn't necessarily want to take this out. He just wants to line up the shot for the title.
140.
The difference in this game could have been about 20 minutes ago when they were going closest to the bullseye. Should go downstairs. Does go downstairs. Just a small opening for Jimmy. He's had moments like this tonight and then pinged in a 180. He's already had 3 180s in this game. Boy, does he need one now.
You're not kidding. But the man with the biggest watch in the place has now got more time than maybe he's ever had to win any title.
Marvin, you require 100.
He's within 2 darts of winning Super Series 8. He'd love a treble 20 with the first dart or the second, but all he's going to do is line it
60.
up.
He's sensible. He's got an old head on young shoulders as Marvin Van Velzen. And what a moment for him. You can just see him. He's replayed this type of moment in his mind a million times. Are you 95. Up for the job, Marvin?
Marvin, you require 40.
Time to find out. Double top. Three championship darts missed. And Jimmy Van Schie is on a ton-plus checkout yet again. 151 earlier to save his skin. Can he do it one more time? Treble 20 must be found. Not this time, and Marvin comes back for 10s.
That was his moment. He'll have fancied his chances, but what he has done, he's got plan B. He's given himself a dart, and Marvin Van Velzen, who's had an opportunity already at tops. It's a different target. Can he do it?
Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Champion, Marvin!
He wins Super Series 8 and is the first Dutch player to succeed in Portsmouth. What a match that was. There's going to be a very emotional Marvin Army tonight. He wins by 4 legs to 3. And he was the only person in the final who got a match dart. And he is the first person to hit double 10 to win a series as well. I think the most important thing, Glenn, is that he's the first Dutch player to succeed here. What do you think?
Yeah, just give him his moment there. Look at him, because you can't bottle that 5, 10, 15 seconds. But he's done it. I mean, Jimmy Van Schie was the better player. It was all about timing. He was averaging round about 100 when Marvin was 10 points behind there. But Marvin van Velzen won the bullseye behind 20 minutes before that game, and that proved pivotal in that match, Paul.
It did. 130 left for Jimmy Van Schie. He found 90 of them with a bullseye at the end, but he couldn't find that vital treble 20 that he needed. If he had, he would have had a shot for the title himself. But
Yeah.
Marvin, he just found the right things at the right times on throw.
Timing, absolute timing. Jimmy Van Schie went off the stage there, but he must see the positives. But it's all about Marvin van Velzen. He's on the stage with Henry Deacon.
Marvin van Velzen, the Modus Super Series champion. How does that sound?
Unbelievable, man. After that first game, I don't even notice it. It was just like hope to beat Derek and just go through to the semi-final. And then I beat Connor, and I was like, yeah, I can do this. And yeah, can't believe it still.
Earlier on in the night, when you lose that first game, you find yourself behind against Derek. What could you draw upon? What did you draw upon?
Sorry, once again?
We're getting that second game. What did you draw upon?
When I won it?
Yeah, when you, yeah.
Yeah, I was so happy, and just I didn't notice what the standings were, and I know that afterwards it was like, or it is a 9-0 shootout, so I could be ended first, or I was through. So I could be out also with a 9-0 shootout, but I thought I'm through, or I could be sank first. So that's what my positive mindset was. And then I know, and then Steve beat Derek, and I knew that I was through, and then, yeah, just went focused.
Let's talk about the final, because that swung one way, then another. Both players with opportunities in it. Let's go straight to that last leg. When Jimmy brings it back to 3-3, what's going through the mind?
Nothing. That's. I think that's why I won the last leg for myself. That you don't think anything, just went on, and then did I hit a 180 on the last leg? I guessed, but that made me feel so free to play that last leg. Yeah, just so relieved, so happy.
When that double 10 went in, if you were able to say it on air, what was the first thing you were thinking?
Yeah, that's thanks to my brother. That's his favorite double, and I knew. I pointed to him like, I'm gonna hit it because you hit it so easily, and it was right above corner. I know, but still that mindset that helped me so much.
How important have them lot been? The Marvin Army, because they follow you everywhere they go, everywhere you go, don't they?
They are, like, Mike is already a whole week with me from Sportcafé Maasdijk. He's with me from Sunday morning till now, and when I reached the Saturday night, they went from 3:30 in the morning from Netherlands to here. So that made me feel so special just to do it for me, and also with my brother in here. It's super special, man.
When you look at this trophy, you'll get the chance to lift it in a second. Biggest thing you've ever done in darts?
Yeah, it definitely is now. Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, can describe it.
And is this the beginning of the Van Velzen journey? Does it feel like possibly the start of something for you?
I guess so. Yeah, it is the beginning, but no, I don't know where it ends. It's a super nice achievement already, and yeah, we will see where it ends.
Well, in a few moments' time, you're going to get your moment. Marvin, many congratulations for the trophy presentation. Paul Starr.
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy, £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen!
What a moment for not just Marvin himself, but the Marvin Army, of course, who've come all the way from the Netherlands to support their man. An all-Dutch final they got, both Paul Nicholson and Glenn Durrant alongside me. Glenn, I'll start with you. It's a dream realised, this, isn't it?
Yeah, my mind is going back to how he's feeling right now, and it, like I say, it could be a sound foundation for him. And 25 grand maybe will set him up, but that 10 or 15 seconds when the winning double goes in, it's absolutely fantastic for him. He's been a creditor to the Modus Super Series. He's been a creditor to ADC Europe. I'm absolutely delighted for him.
Yeah, Modus memories made on the stage for Marvin, a family affair as well. What a moment for him, Paul.
Absolutely wonderful. And the way he was able to get through his night, it is going to be told for years. The ability to somehow get through that group when he was so close to being eliminated. And then, when he gets to the semi-finals, he goes up a notch. And then in the final, he protects his throw so well that he's never broken. He's the only person who got match darts in that final, and that's how you win.
Let's just talk about what it means to other people as well. You've both won major titles, but it's not just about you. It's about sharing those moments, which Marvin's doing now.
Yeah, and like I said, they played their part, and they were all so different. The Connor Scutt family were very reserved and just little nods of the head. Then you had the Jimmy Van Schie Barmy Army just going crazy every time he did something. But he just got the balance right. Then, the Marvin Army have travelled over, and for them to share that stage with him now, it's priceless. It's probably a real fairy tale moment for him.
And we got the thrilling final, Paul.
We did. 2 in a row, 4-3. So bring on Series 9, I say. It's been a brilliant series full of a lot of 4-3 finals, I'll say as well. And we just can't get enough of them. And let's face it, this format has been tested over the last couple of years. People have said maybe the final should be best of 9 or best of 11. Tish tosh. Let's keep it a best of 7 because it's brilliant.
Yeah, there is a certain beauty in that, and what a beautiful moment again for Van Velzen lifting the trophy. But let's just have a little word for the other player in that final, Glenn, Jimmy Van Schie. He's got a real love affair, and they love him as well. How disappointed will he be, or should he be disappointed?
Yeah, I think he'd be disappointed, but he probably thought he was out a couple of hours ago. But Jimmy Van Schie goes back all the way to 2011. He's been missing for a good 10 years. He's clearly got the appetite back to play darts. And what's happened to him the past few months is only going to be positive for him going forward now. And he's at Lakeside this year. Does he become real value for money there? Yeah, it's the future's really bright for Jimmy, and a great character.
I only think he made one mistake in that final. I don't think he did much wrong at all. But missing the treble 20 on 130, that's the only mistake he made. If he hits it, he's got a chance to win. He doesn't hit it, he loses. It's as simple as that.
And winning that bullseye before just shows how important it is in a best of 7.
Yeah, although the semi-finals, it wasn't important, was it? And the two favourites at that point you would have felt going out, as we saw Tom Sykes losing the group stages. But were you surprised to see this all-Dutch final tonight?
Yes, yeah, of course I was. I'd be lying if I didn't think Connor Scutt and Steve West, the whole romance behind it, and incredibly disappointed Connor Scutt walked off the stage. And Steve West, we did sort of call it a little bit where just a little niggle in the crowd, because I think the crowd have been brilliant tonight. You've got to accept that when it's an intimate atmosphere. And listen, I'm someone who did turn round. I was a Steve West, so you know what I mean? You've just got to be really strong up there, and the two that got to the final were.
You did well when they were booing you and Henry on the stage earlier on, though. But I'll give you your credit. You did actually pick Marvin van Velzen. What did you see in him that you thought he could go and do this tonight?
Look, it's more not just about the judgment. The fact I was here when he won it that week, and I watched this player who hadn't had much success at the Modus Super Series, but he's evolving, he's growing as a player, and I just wanted him to do really well tonight, probably because I was here the week he won it there, and he's just going to get bigger and better, and it's just a great moment. He's got to enjoy tonight.
It's a game about keeping focus, Paul. You've got to do that right to the end, but finally, when that winning double goes in, what must it feel like? Or you'll know, what does it feel like when everything you've worked for has come to fruition?
It's a little bit of relief because it's a validation of all of the work that you've done, and as much as us dart players, we want to put in the work. We want to throw thousands upon tens of thousands of darts to make your dreams come true. When you hit that final shot, you don't want to throw anymore. You don't want to throw one more dart. All you want to do is get the moment, and you want to remember it. Get your fingerprints on the trophy. Do what they do in the NFL, which is get your fingerprints on that trophy and don't rub them off until you have to hand the trophy back. Look at that, though. That is a great double 10. It's nowhere near the 15. Even if he misses it high, he's still got another shot. So that was a very intelligent double 10.
Yeah, and you can see the release of emotion at the end, Glenn.
Yeah, I fell to the floor on mine. He's probably dreamt of that moment 1,000 times, and not once did I fall to the floor in my dreams. So that just is a pure reaction there. And if I could say something to him, just to go up there and just say, just soak it all in, remember it, because you do forget. But that 10 to 15 seconds is the best feeling in the world.
And you don't really want to take that dart out of the board. When he went to get the double 10, for a minute he's thinking, can I just leave it there until Monday morning? But unfortunately, he's got to take his darts with him.
Yeah, he certainly has. And also had the opportunity, of course, to lift the trophy on the Super Series stage. Look, outside of the very elite level of professional darts, there aren't many opportunities to do this in front of an audience. So what a moment that is.
I think it's the biggest prize in amateur darts now. I mean, you see what's happened to the World Masters, so then you're looking at sort of Lakeside as well, which for me doesn't have the same kudos since I left, of course, because it's all about me. But joking aside, this is, I mean, just look what it means to him. It's phenomenal, it's fantastic, and it's a new name, it's a new story, and well done to ADC Europe.
And the first big one for anybody must be pretty special. You remember that Players' Championship win, how it felt when you got your hands on that trophy? We won't say about what happened to the trophy after tonight.
Okay, I didn't drop it. I already told the newspapers that. But sometimes you're in such of a bit of a haze, and I'm not talking about the haze because of the effects in the live lounge. You're thinking about so many things at once that when somebody hands you that trophy, you think, is this actually mine? I remember when I won the Players' Championship finals and I turned to somebody from the northeast of England and I said, did that actually happen? You have to pinch yourself to realise that that's actually happened. And when Marvin was looking back at his family and friends, I don't think there was any doubt that that had just happened. I'm really thrilled for him because not many people will get their hands on that trophy. We have to go through 3 months of marathon darts to get the chance to see someone win the title. And when it's yours, you've just got to thrive for the next few days and say, nobody else has got that trophy but me.
Yeah, and not many people have got their hands on that trophy. He is now on the Roll of Honour, the Modus Super Series. We've had 8 series. Luke Littler won it twice. Just thinking back across all of those series, Glenn, difficult question, maybe a little bit of recency bias, but where does this win rank for you?
Like I said, the Andreas Harrison was the most spectacular ending that you're ever going to see. I was there when Raymond Smith did it and was on a flight back to Australia. The Luke Littler legacy is going to last forever. But Marvin's up there, whether it's the best or the worst, he's done it. You know what I mean? He's evolving as a player. He's a young player. Imagine what that's going to do for him going into the future now.
I just want to say, Paul, as well, Glenn mentioned the Luke Littler legacy. Does how this ranks depend on what happens next for Marvin van Velzen?
Potentially. I think there will be extra pressure on him wherever he goes from here, and he will have a chance to defend the title, I'm sure, before Christmas. Imagine if he was to go on and do that. But I think the legacy of Marvin winning tonight, and if Jimmy had won as well, it's the fact that ADC Europe have a Dutch champion for the first time. And now all those Dutch kids who all throw darts day in, day out, they'll think, I want to do what Marvin's done.
Well, the Modus Super Series is like that diet that I've been on. It starts again on Monday, and Double Trouble is the next thing in line for you to enjoy. Before the next series gets underway, a special week, double start, double finish. You've both played in that format, and this is an interesting cast list, isn't it, for that kind of dangerous event?
Yeah, very much so. You've got a lot of people in Group A, people like Duff, because he's the defending champion. You've got Richie Bennett, who's played in a stack of World Grand Prix. You've got Robert Thornton, who's won a World Grand Prix. And then you've got Scott Mitchell, who's never played double-star darts, apparently. So it'll be a really good baptism of fire for Scott come Monday morning. But my pick for next week, because considering the man to my right actually got his pick right, I'm going to go for Jeff Smith.
Any advance on Smith?
I really like Robert Thornton because of the double start. I mean, you get a lot of players like a Ryan Joyce, I think, can win a Grand Prix because he's just absolutely incredible on the doubles there. It feels like a bit of a leveller. That Group A looks really tasty, by the way.
Yeah, Neil Duff's defending his title there. He didn't quite make it to finals night on Champions Week. Steve West is going to be back really early in the next series, so he'll have a chance. And the next thing, I suppose, there's another Champions night before the end of 2024. Van Velzen, could he do the unthinkable and do the double?
There's no reason why not, because his confidence will be soaring right now. But what he's got to remember is if he wants to get another one, he's got to work maybe even harder than he's worked to get that one. Because now you don't take your foot off the pedal. You don't swim in the success and expect it again. You work even harder to get more of it. But I think the best thing about Series 9 is we're going to crown that champion just before Christmas.
And what's been the best thing about Series 8? Glenn, what have we learned? Who have we learned about in this series?
Yeah, it's just the fact that it's so competitive now. I do talk an awful lot on comms as well at what it means. It's the Modus qualifiers, Northeast, Southeast regions tomorrow as well. It's what it means to so many players. Young players are coming through. It was a real young final there. It does feel at times it's a young man's game. But Marvin Van Velzen, he was the top of the tree and well deserved. Let him enjoy it. Don't worry about Series 9 just yet, Marvin.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for this evening. We'll see you again soon. Hope to see you again soon as well after what's been another magical night here at the Modus Super Series. But in the end, it was Marvin's moment.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
He believes that he's going to win this game right now on double 5. And he was right.
Nothing to separate both players. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Schie is still alive! Derek might be out. Because Marvin's won the match by winning the last 3 legs.
Just being up against someone in Scutt who's an exceptional player.
He has hit it. And he wins the game by 4 legs to 0. He does hold. He's halfway to the final. Don't miss. And as soon as I stop talking, he hits. He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen. Trusty tops again. And West is within 1.
Jimmy Van Schie's probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Stares at double 16. Steve can't look. Absolutely incredible, Jimmy Van Schie.
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Schie who makes the final. It's going to be an all-Dutch final for the very first time here in Portsmouth. He might stay away from tops this time. He's going to go over the top like he did earlier on. And it's worked again. He looks cool, doesn't he? Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are. 1 leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man! He wins Super Series 8!
Marvin!